Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, May 27th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the Vice Chair. I will be chairing today's meeting. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper and Andrew Shoemaker, who's helping us with our admin and IT and Grassroots TV. And then joining us from home are the remaining commissioners, Greg Poshman, Steve Child, George Newman, and staff to help us get through today's agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and check in with staff and ask, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yes, Kelly, we have one proposed addition for today's agenda. It is an emergency ordinance. And John Ely, do you have the title in front of you?
I sure do. It's an emergency ordinance authorizing temporary expansion of outdoor seating for restaurants in unincorporated Pitkin County.
Okay, and on our agendas, where should we place the emergency ordinance?
Well, I was talking to Cindy about that as well, but I hadn't heard where she was going to put it. If she's having a hard time joining the meeting now, maybe we should.
She's actually just joined us here in the room. So I'm going to give Cindy a minute to take a seat and then we'll ask her.
Very good.
Hi, Cindy.
Hi, I rode my bike down because I couldn't get my computer to work.
Yeah, benefits of living close.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
So just folks at home, give us a second while we get a little settled here. We have proposed the addition to the agenda, Cindy. Now we're just contemplating where in the agenda it should go. So if you have a suggestion or preference.
I could do it now.
Well, we'll have to get through public and commissioner
Yeah, then let's do it right off the top.
comments. And is it appropriate to insert that before consent items, or do you recommend we do that after consent?
Kelly, if you're addressing that to me, the board can put it into the agenda where it wants to.
Perfect.
George?
I would put it in after. I would put it in after consent.
Okay. Sounds good.
So we'll make it.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion, please, to add the reading of the emergency ordinance to allow temporary expansion of outdoor seating after consent items and before individual consideration items.
So moved.
Thank you, Patty.
Second.
Okay. I heard a second from Greg. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Wonderful. So let's then now go to public comment. I'm going to check in here with Andrew to see if anyone has called in.
Two folks on the phone. I think Joseph Wells is for another project.
Okay. So I see a phone number ending 8797. Have you called in to give public comment for the BOCC?
Yes, this is Sean Cox.
Hi, Sean. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, great, thanks. And then Lee would like to speak after I do, so we're on the same phone line.
Okay. Thank you.
So I am calling in regard to Lee Mulcahy. APSHA disregarded almost every single procedural requirement in state court designed to ensure fair litigation practices, including improperly electing into CRCP 16.1's expedited procedure, failing to serve orders on Mulcahy that would have apprised him of case management procedures, failing to serve discovery disclosures of any kind on Mulcahy, and failing to file a certificate of compliance with the court. And further, compounding these issues where the district court itself failed to follow up or otherwise ensure procedural requirements were being met before entering early summary judgment in APSHA's favor. In 2015, with Mulcahy having publicly criticized local government individuals that have authority or influence over APSHA, and with Mulcahy having failed to respond by a deadline indicated in a notice of violation containing default type findings of deed restriction violations, which notably was later found out to be issued almost 30 days prematurely and while Mulcahy was known to be traveling for his family's charity work in Kenya, APSHA filed the underlying action to enforce that NOV and compel Mulcahy to sell his house and home. In doing so, however, APSHA disregarded almost every single procedural safeguard the Colorado Civil Procedure Rules incorporate to protect the rules of litigants. Such actions and the district court's failure to catch them deprived Mulcahy of due process and a full and fair opportunity to defend against APSHA's claims. Mulcahy discusses these aspects. One, APSHA improperly files this action and disregards early orders of the court designed to apprise defendants of their rights and of the case procedures. APSHA disregarded for state court procedural requirements began immediately, as in filing the lawsuit. APSHA opted into the CRCP 16.1 expedited procedures despite its own filings indicating the property in question was clearly valued well over $100,000. That is above the CRCP 16.1 cutoff. Similarly, soon after APSHA filed its complaint in December 2015, the district court entered a delay reduction order containing early procedural information regarding the case, including specific information about when a case management conference should be set and directing APSHA as a represented plaintiff and the responsible party to set a conference. The delay reduction order also directed APSHA to serve a copy of the order on any parties that do not enter an appearance electronically.
Sean, I must ask you to please conclude your remarks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Lee, if you're on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. My name is Lee Mulcahy, and as you guys know, I'm grateful for many, many things. I'm here because of overreach, government overreach, law breaking by the government, simply put, petty tyranny on behalf of APSHA and your notorious attorney, Thomas Fenton Smith III. I'd like to address some of the points that one of the commissioners made several weeks ago. The reason I'm here is because the government has broken the law. You violated our constitutional rights to due process. You know, the commissioner stated that you have this committee, and I'm very grateful, has done several hours of meetings on our eviction situation, and he was trying to allow my family to keep the house we built. But the point is, those meetings have been done behind closed doors. I was not invited. My attorney was not invited. My family wasn't invited, and I think that's damaging to democracy. And I'm going to continue where Sean left off. Despite the court order explicitly directing it to, APSHA never served the court order on me, and I was left unapprised of when to expect a case management conference or who was responsible. This is significant because in a case management conference, you are required to discuss mediation and settlement. Never done. Importantly, the law says for both the expedited procedure APSHA elected into and just normal procedure that a presiding court, that's your old employee, Judge Selden, who was formerly Assistant County Attorney, must set and hold an in-person case management conference where a party is pro se. That was me at the time, because all I was trying to do was complete the certificate of occupancy for the house that the city, APSHA, was delaying. Anyway, the law says if any party is unrepresented, and this is CRCP 16.1.J, the court shall set a case management conferences. A case management conference was never held. Notably, the purpose of this, and this affects everyone, 3,000 people, 3,000 households in APSHA, the purpose of the mandate is to hold a conference for us, for like the little people, pro se parties, is clear. It's so the presiding court, the judge that was formerly your employee, can speak with the pro se party to ensure that we, little people, pro se parties, are apprised of our rights, and then to ensure that us, the little people, at a minimum, are aware of what procedural rules apply. Guys, this was never done. And it is, the law is there to ensure that opposing parties, especially those that are represented, APSHA, you guys, are honoring their obligations and not taking advantage of little people. And who lives in affordable housing? Little people. APSHA has failed your trust. Here's my suggestion. Like BOCC has done, fire your private attorney, Thomas Fenton Smith. The newspapers note that the newly arrived director of the APSHA is applying for city managed jobs. He's going elsewhere. And Mr. Newman, who's completely, if you want to read anything about George Newman and Lee Mulcahy, Google that. But please retire Cindy Christensen. She's known for rigging the lottery. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Sean. Let me check in on the phone with anyone else who's called in for public comment for the BOCC.
Yes, my name's John Edwards.
Hi, John
Morning,
Edwards. We can hear you just fine. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly comment, and I appreciate all that the county commissioners are doing and the Board of Health recommendations. However, I want to speak up as a person who had frontline experience as working in a necessary business from end of March through April to kind of witness at a personal level the effects of COVID. And so my comment today is please consider the economic ramifications of delaying opening up businesses. As a former business owner for over 20 years, I really empathize for the small businesses in this town. They are struggling. I've been employed by these businesses. My employment is now been terminated, so I'm just being resourceful. But I really want to be the voice for the people who see this as healthy people. 80 to 90% of the healthy people are being restricted from going back to do what they do. I understand the plan, and I just want to put my input in that, in my opinion, and the sources that I've studied on an international basis, Doris Cahill, University of Dublin in Ireland, has excellent recommendations as an expert. But the social distancing is really a questionable practice. I know everybody wants to be safe, but most people are healthy. We must assume in this community that everyone is healthy instead of presuming that everybody is contagious. If the example of in a court of law, we are all innocent until proven guilty. So thank you for taking my my comments. I appreciate what everyone's done. And my final thought is this has been a demonstration of a very severe seasonal flu. The seasonal flu part of it is over. Let's all get back to normal. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Okay, let me check in again with anyone on the phone who's called in to give public comment for the BOCC. Please go ahead and say your name. I see someone whose number ends in 1819.
That's me, Chris Padilla. I'm just having.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
With my
All right.
link.
Thank you. And I just want to check in. Joe, are you joining us now, or you want to wait until we get to later land use? All right. I'm going to assume we'll hear from Joe on our land use items later. And let me just give a moment of delay if folks are watching on Grassroots TV at home and you still want to call in. We'll wait just a minute.
Did we do 7454?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to go first or last?
I'll go last.
Okay, thank you.
See what the boys have to say.
Okay, hearing no further calls come in for public comment, I'll go ahead and turn it over to commissioner comments. Let me check in with our commissioners at home. Just give me a wave if you'd like to comment. Greg or George, go ahead.
There's no pin in his hand.
Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on a comment from one of our public comments, where you stated that 80-90% of our population is healthy, which I hopefully is true. And I believe why we're healthy is because 80 to 90% of our population has been very vigilant in terms of obeying our public health orders, staying at home, social distancing, wearing face coverings, washing one's hands. We've been very successful in that. And as we now are entering our next phase, and we're going to see more businesses open up tomorrow, restaurants and lodges, in addition to the retail and service businesses that have already opened up, as well as construction and landscaping. We have to maintain our vigilance, continue to follow those public health orders so that 80-90% of us will remain healthy. So I encourage everyone to stay vigilant and be aware that as we open up our businesses, our lodging and our restaurants, campgrounds are going to be opening up June 1st, Independence Pass opens up June 1st, we're going to start seeing people coming into our community from the outside, and we really don't know what sort of contacts or what their health status is. So it's important for us to follow our own public health orders and keep our community healthy. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Steve or Greg? Steve, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Along the same lines as what George said, in reopening businesses with the variants that we received from the CDPHE from the state of Colorado, that variance can be rescinded if we get above a certain number of new cases of COVID virus. And I think it's 15 or 18, somewhere in that range. So it's very important that everybody follow the rules that George lined out, follow the social distancing. Wearing the face covering is so important. And if we all do that and can have our businesses be open and have people patronizing them, that's going to help our economy tremendously by having people at work, having people getting income. Slowly, it's going to be a long road to get back to where we were, where everybody can come and you don't have to follow any social distancing. But the worst thing that could happen is if we all of a sudden have one or two sick people come into the community and get an upsurge of cases of the virus and then have to shut things down again. And that's what we are trying to prevent. So I urge everybody to follow the precautions that George lined out. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Greg, still?
Sure.
Okay.
I would just add that when people throw numbers around, 90% of the community is healthy. Does that mean we're ready to allow 10% of our community? If we think of the county population of 18,000, 10% would be 1,800. We really want that many sick people in our community. If we're looking at our extended valley, where people might use our hospital, we could be talking about 30 or 40,000 people. A percentage of that is much more than any hospital in our region could handle if they became that sick. So 18 people is really a thousandth of our county population, and that's the threshold that our Colorado Public Health Department is prepared to cut us off and shut us back down. So I think that underscores the severity and of the risk and their tolerance for risk. And as we reopen the economy, we've done an awful lot. Board of Health has had big conversations on reopening, and we're walking the razor's edge here. So I think we're not rushing too quickly, and I also don't think we're dragging our feet. Between staff and Board of Health and everyone else involved, we're in uncharted territory, so we're feeling our way in the dark here and giving the best information we can. So we also have to remember that finding science to back up your opinion doesn't make it real science, right? You've got a point of view already and you're looking for something to substantiate it. That's really not science. And so I would just recommend that if people have a really strong opinion about it, look at all sides of it before they think they found the answer. And I guess we'll all work on this together. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'll go to Patty here in the room.
Well, I'm going to switch to a totally different risk we have in our community. We have lifted the fire bans, but I want people to be well aware that the forecast for the next week or so is for thunder and lightning, and it will most likely be dry lightning. So I want people to be really vigilant about watching for forest fires. So if you see anything that you are concerned about, please call 911. We want to get on top of any small lightning strikes as soon as we can. It's dry out there. People who are going to the campsites that are not improved, that are open, I would still recommend people only have campfires in designated fire circles of sorts. And please make sure when you leave anything, you put that fire completely out. That's been the greatest start of our recent wildfires, has been from unattended campfires built in illegal places. So please be careful out there. I know people are getting excited about being out and about, but we still need to be careful in our surroundings of all sorts. So, otherwise, hopefully people are getting out there and enjoying the beauty that we have in our community, and I support that. Just be safe, please.
Steve, you have an additional comment from home?
So to jump to another subject, the efforts to gain the census data is starting up again. Picken County actually had a fairly good rate of return of people filling out their census things online, but we are still far away from getting anywhere near 100% of the households responding. And so there will be census workers going through the I don't know the procedure they're doing, but those of you who have not filled out census information so far, please take the time to do it. And if you're contacted by a census worker, please cooperate and get your information. It's a very short and simple questionnaire. Basically, they are counting people who are living here and counting houses that people live in are the two things they count. So it's fairly simple, and I urge everybody to please get yourself counted for the 2020 census. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Greg, yeah, you have additional comment. Go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on what Patty was saying about fire season, fire mitigation. I was a little surprised to see the lifting of the fire restriction. Maybe that's due to moisture content in the fuel, but I still don't quite understand it. I live in a very dry neighborhood with a lot of overgrown brush. In fact, it's Brush Creek Village. And I've been doing fire mitigation on my property now for about a month, and I've barely scratched the surface. When I look around me and I look on the fire map that the Aspen Fire District has published that shows fire danger on your property, you can see just how dangerous it is. And so through fire mitigation, I've managed to reduce the fire danger on my property from very high down to high, and I'm going to keep going. My neighbors, though, are still very high. Some of them have brush coming up within feet of their houses, thick, dense thickets of brush. I did put the word out that I want to do some chipping and fire mitigation. There used to be county funds and state funds available for that. We don't have that any longer, unfortunately. I think we should, as a service, possibly consider offering shipping services and help to some of these neighborhoods that really need it, mine included. Just so y'all know, I did put a message out to my neighborhood. I don't know how many homes there are in Brush Creek Village, I'm sorry, but maybe a couple hundred. And I had about a 3% response from people who wanted to actually do something to try to protect their land and their property. it's not only protecting your property, but it's also giving yourselves a few minutes more to get out if something does catch fire. I think I cut about 60 feet from the house down the hill below me, and I think I bought myself 10 minutes perhaps, but that might be enough to get the family out and to safety. So I just want to encourage people, don't assume it won't happen to you. This is a good time to be doing fire mitigation. You can get the fire district to come and look and give you some advice, but then you're going to have to get out there and cut and chip. If anybody's interested, they can call me. I know the numbers of the chippers. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to go back a little bit to COVID, but I do want to warn folks at home, if you have young audiences, I'm going to talk about sex. So this might be your time to mute your television for your children. You know, many of you may not know, I spent years as a reproductive health advocate, and in that work, you know, fought abstinence-only programs. And I'll credit the Atlantic magazine for really making an analogy about how we've addressed AIDS epidemic with how we can address the COVID-19 pandemic and just our interactions with each other and our different behaviors. Because what we've learned and what practice has come out of that is that people have identified the need to have regular conversations with partners about sex and what activities people want to engage in or how they want to protect themselves, and a recognition that there's different activities that are riskier and different people who engage in risky activities. And you know, I think that's really a parallel for how we need to start thinking about our own activities as we move into opening up and doing more and spending time with more people, is trying to just engage in a regular conversation with the people in your life about what activities they're choosing to pursue and who they're pursuing them with, and what that means for your comfort level about your health and your family's health. And it's an ongoing conversation, you know, similar to someone you may have dated who then went away for a summer backpacking through Europe. You may not want to date that person when they came back. And, you know, people's activities are going to change over time. And I think just ordinary conversation about what we're doing, what risk you're willing to absorb, what risk you may be exposing other people to, and, you know, becoming comfortable with having respectful and honest conversations with the people in your life about that, and recognizing that, you know, similar to how condoms have been widely adopted to protect sexual health, masks, you know, you might be asked to wear a mask in order to protect yourself and others as well. And, you know, I hope as we get more comfortable having these conversations that they can pay dividends forward for other public health issues. You know, I can think about having conversations about the vaccination status of your child care providers, of people you invite into your home when you have a newborn, or conversations about how your friends store their guns when you send your children over to their house. You know, these are all public health issues, and I think just being able to respect each other and respect each other's differences in willingness for risk for a variety of personal reasons, and the ability to just have comfortable conversations about what that looks like, and ongoing conversations about our activities as we start to engage in more as our communities open back up, which we need to do. So thanks for indulging me in that, and I hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. And with that, I will turn us to our regular agenda. And we have 2 items on our consent calendar: the minutes of our regular meetings held on April 22nd and May 13th, and our citizen board appointments. So let me check in with the board to see if anyone wants to pull either of those items for discussion. Steve?
Yes, both of them, please.
Okay.
So speaking to the first one, the minutes of the regular meeting, in the packet on page, let me get the right page here. Darn, I had it right there now. It has to do with the portion about Bear at Door. I think that the minutes should reflect that I removed myself from the discussion as a commissioner And in order to be able to speak as a next door neighbor as allowed through the home rule charter on the matter, I think that should be in the minutes. So if the minutes could be changed to reflect that, I would think I'd appreciate that. It's on page 13 of the packet.
Okay, did you have additional changes, Steve?
Can we just make a motion to approve the minutes?
Yeah, let me check in. Does anyone have additional discussion surrounding the minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion with that amendment.
I'll make a motion to approve
So
with
moved.
Steve's issues addressed as far as his recusal, or whatever
I'll
we're calling it.
second.
Okay, Patty moved, Greg seconded. All in favor of adopting the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. And moving on to item number 2, citizen board appointments. Hi, Charlotte, thanks for joining us today. You might be on mute.
Oh, Charlotte, I know that you sent out a thing that I need to pull up on my screen here.
I didn't see it.
Charlotte, can you acknowledge that you hear us? I'm not sure if she has us on mute. I'm gonna try and send Charlotte a quick chat.
I'll text her also, okay?
Okay. Hi, Charlotte. Do you hear us?
Did she send us another?
Oh. She says, I can't
I'm
hear
gonna
anyone.
recommend we have some cue cards that we can hold up.
I know. Well, I thanks for everyone's patience. I did hear from her. She says she can't hear anyone. So let's figure out how to troubleshoot this.
Yeah, the document is in here. On her email.
Maybe the volume on her computer.
Let's see. Okay, well, let's move us forward. John, are you able to just introduce this? We did discuss this at work session yesterday.
Yeah, hold on just a second, Kelly. So what is in front of the board is renewals for renewal appointments for boards and commissions, as well as you do have one new, I believe, applicant from for the grant review committee. I'm just trying to pull up Charlotte's email here. The board did have some questions yesterday that Charlotte had sent an email to you on. Just trying to pull it up here.
So the email was this morning at 7:41, I believe, when I received it.
Got it. And so,
It will be so nice when we can have meetings in person.
I know, I'm sorry.
This is why we got a thorn in the paper.
Yeah. So our understanding from Joanna Schaffner, there's a question about James Rifkin, and the understanding is that he's actually a Pickens County resident but travels a lot these days.
Okay.
Alternates are allowed to vote in the absence of a regular member, and this has become the norm.
Mm-hmm.
So the suggestion has been made to appoint Charles Cuniff to the regular position and James Rifkin to the alternate position.
Okay, thank you.
And then, yeah. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. We did discuss, I know we added Lupita Ortiz, based on our discussion yesterday, to appoint her to the Citizen Grant Review. Let's check in with the board with any discussion on this list of renewal applicants. Steve, go ahead.
I was wondering if I got that on my screen. I can't figure out how to share screen the list, but maybe we should just read the names and the boards they're appointed to.
That's what I was
That might be, then we could, well, maybe John's getting it there. He's trying.
Okay, and I'm happy to read that list. So the Board of County Commissioners wishes to make the following appointments to the following boards, and I'll read their term expiration as well. Marie Kelly to the Animal Shelter, term expiring April 2023. Rick Head, a renewal appointment to Board of Adjustment, term expiring April 2024. Seth Hemlowski, Board of Adjustment, expiring April 2024. Stephen Wicks to the Citizen Grant Review Committee, expiring April 2024. Roger Nicholson to the Election Commission, April 2024. Jonathan Feldman to the Election Commission, April 2024. Barbara Reed to the Library Board, also April 2024. John Wilkinson to the Library Board, April 2024. Larry Meredith to the Redstone Historic Preservation Commission, expiring April 2024. Kevin Heineken to the Telecommunications Advisory Board, expiring April 2024. Joel Ritvo to the Telecommunications Advisory Board, also April 2024. Jim Lewis to the Weed Advisory Board, expiring April 2024. Lupita Ortiz to the Citizen Grant Review Committee. This is a new appointment, and she is the youth representative, expiring April 2024. Charles Cuniff, who has been an alternate on the Board of Adjustment, now to a regular appointment, expiring April 2023. And James Rifkin, who is the regular appointment to the Board of Adjustment, now appointing to the alternate position, expiring April 2023 as well. So let me see, any discussion about these candidates from board members? George, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to mention again, for those who didn't tune in yesterday, first of all, I want to thank everyone, all those who are renewing, all the volunteer citizens who are committed to help serve the citizens of Pickens County. So I thank you all for your time and your energy and your interest in all the different boards that you are serving on. So thank you all. I did have one concern yesterday on one of the candidates who's reapplying, Kevin Heineken, and that just was based on some of his comments on his application form, where he noted that he didn't think that, or he thought that the county should look at discontinuing our ability to utilize free TV. He didn't think that was really necessary any longer. And as a citizen who lives in rural Pickens County, that doesn't really have any other options in terms of where I get my news from, where I get educational programs from, and where I get my entertainment from, without having access to CG11 as well as CG12 grassroots. Those are valuable stations, and it's really important that the Translator Advisory Board understands that there are a good portion of citizens in unincorporated Pickens County, outside municipalities, to rely heavily on the ability to access CG11 and CG12, as well as all the other stations that we get from PBS to CBS. So I just want to get that message out, and I want to again thank everyone for all your time and energy in terms of pursuing and enhancing all of our citizens in Pickens County.
Okay, and let me check in. I understand Charlotte tried to call back in. Hi, Charlotte, can we hear you?
I am here, Kelly.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Nice.
Sorry about that. That's a prime example of sharing your link. As soon as Chris joined, and he must have joined with his phone audio, then I could not hear anything. So anyway, thank you, John, again for covering. And it sounds like you're okay with the change from alternate to regular on Charles, and James going to alternate. My understanding, I did not hear back from Joanna yet, but it's my understanding that James is just traveling more these days. He is a resident of Pitkin County, and it just made more sense to have Charles as the regular since James is not always there.
Okay, any questions for Charlotte or comments from commissioners?
I will
Patty?
make a motion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion.
I think Patty beat you to it.
Because you're on time delay and I'm live. I'm going to make a motion to approve, and Steve, I'm sure will second it. The resolution of the Board of County Commissioners appointing citizen board members, and I too would like to thank not only the board members we have before us today, but all of our board members for the amazing job and the time you put in to take care of Pitkin County along with the Board of County Commissioners. We thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 George, I'm not sure I heard you. So,
Aye.
okay, thank you. Okay, that was a little clunky. Let's get streamlined moving forward here. So we are going to move on. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, staff, for helping us. Let's move on to our emergency ordinance that we've added to the agenda. And this is to allow temporary expansion of outdoor seating. And we do have Cindy Hubin, our Community Development Director, here in the room to present this item to us.
Hi, thank you. And I see Johnny Lee's on with us, and I believe Suzanne Wolf is watching. We have,
Cindy's mic needs to be on.
thanks. Okay, so thank you. I'm live. And we have Johnny Lee on the phone as well, or on the video as well, and Suzanne Wolf, I believe, is watching. And we have, at the board's direction, pulled together an emergency ordinance that I will try to pull up on the screen right now. And I think I've got the...
Whichever one you want.
Yep.
Click share in the bottom.
Share in the bottom.
This blue button.
Oops, I am so glad Andrew's here. Okay, thank you. So we have prepared an emergency ordinance, basically authorizing the temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in unincorporated Pitkin County. The concern is that with the new social distancing requirements that areas need to expand the physical seating in some of their restaurants. So here we have the ordinance that we've put together. There's recitals given the COVID concern for the emergency ordinance to allow this to occur. And basically just our standard ordinance, but allowing for the expansion, and this should just say of seating. We're going to take out outdoor, because we do realize that in some cases restaurants are able to expand into next door spaces, and therefore it won't only be outdoor that we're looking at. With that in mind, I'm going to go back down and try to get to the next slide. Andrew, I don't know why.
So the best, quickest thing to do would be to stop share,
Stop share.
share,
Go
and
to
that one.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is the exhibit that would accompany the ordinance, which basically outlines the process and submission requirements. So the emergency ordinance is not a blanket approval for everybody just to go and expand. What it is an enabling piece of emergency regulation, which would allow us to take a look at each case individually in the county for restaurants to see whether or not they may be able to expand given the requirements that the board expressed wanting to maintain. So we would ask for a site plan. We would, that site plan would be reviewed not only by community development, but it would be looked at for the safety aspects of any right-of-way issues, any health and safety issues from a building permit perspective, any pre-existing, the next one talks about pre-existing approvals with community development that may need to be looked at by neighbors, that type of thing. And also by the liquor board, because the liquor board has standards for what they're going to look at as well. So we've tried to cover everything that could be needed in a quick expansion of seating either inside or outside. We've listed those here, and that application hopefully could be made in quick order by a restaurant owner. The approval, what we've decided procedurally, I can go back up to the procedures, procedurally would be to allow a team to get together sort of as a design review board or a review board that would look at this every week. So we're asking applicants to get their applications in by Monday by noon, and then we can convene as a group of subject matter experts in each of these areas and hopefully get something out right away for a restaurant owner. The one thing that I do have a request of the board is that the board had asked us at the last meeting that you wanted to see each application, and wondering after thinking through this a little bit more whether or not that is the case, or whether or not you just want us to inform you when someone goes through this process, because we think that as a staff we'll be able to turn these around on a weekly basis, whereas sometimes you don't get together in a regular meeting, for another week. So it might delay that opening just a little bit longer.
Okay, let me check in with the board for questions. I see Patty here has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of my questions was the time frame, because I know everybody's busy with everything that's going on, but if we want to do this, we need to do it quickly. And I don't remember the board asking to see every application, but if we in fact did, I think your decision, because we just have a handful. So if restaurant owners, if we can get the word out, maybe we could have them all do this by Monday, and we'd only have 1 week of having to do this, because we'd cover all of our restaurants. Wishful thinking, but maybe we can encourage that. And I think only if you have an issue that you are not comfortable with, does it need to come to us. I'd be comfortable letting you move forward.
Let me check in with commissioners at home for comments or questions. Steve, go ahead, please.
I would agree with what Patty said. Have it be expedited as soon as possible. If they meet the guidelines, and I totally am comfortable with community development staff doing an administrative decision that they have met the guidelines. If there are any questions, you can always bring it to us for clarification. But just in order to allow the restaurant owners to do this if they want as quickly as possible, then let's have it. You review it. Just notify us of the ones that have made the changes. And I would urge community development to reach out to every restaurant in unincorporated Pickens County, wherever they are. There could be, I'm thinking even by next to the 7-Eleven in Basalt, there's the pizza place there, and different establishments I think that are in Pickens County. There may be in Basalt also, so that might be a different issue. But the restaurants in Redstone and in the ABC, just to let them know we are doing this, and this is available for them if they want to.
Thank you, Steve. George or Greg? Greg, go ahead.
I just want to thank Cindy for putting this together and making this happen. It's good to be responsive in such an expedited fashion to the community need here. So I'm in favor of this. I like the idea of it being done administratively, unless it needs to come to us. But it sounds as if this is going to work. So thanks for being so proactive on it and getting it going. I would approve it.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this, and having admin, having our ComDev go through the requirements. My only question is, with an expansion of the licensed liquor service area, that has to go before the state authority, and that may slow things up, at least in that regard. And so my concern is that a restaurant who already has a liquor license on-site indoors, while they may be applying for an extension of that outdoors, there may not be any way for us to really know whether they're actually just, as they're able to expand their dining service outdoors, that they're not also serving liquor without that license.
George, this is John. The state has issued an expedited process for approving extension of the premise if the local government has approved that premise to be used. So there will be an expedited process there. We're still fleshing that out.
Okay, great, thank you.
And then I have, I guess, two questions. I notice that this document on the screen seems longer than what we're seeing, so I want to make sure we're not missing any additional information to Exhibit A here. Okay, got it. Thank you for covering that.
Thank you.
And then, when will this be scheduled for public hearing? Because, I do want to just let direct neighbors to restaurants have an opportunity to give us their input. And if this happens quickly, then hopefully that aligns with the process of the restaurants applying.
John, Ely, I'll have you discuss that. I thought that the emergency ordinance could go into effect immediately.
No, I assumed it would. Yeah.
The emergency ordinance goes into effect immediately. It will come back for a confirmatory reading after it's been duly noticed in the paper. For a code amendment or a code relaxation like this, the better practice is to also allow the P&Z to weigh in on it. Perhaps they would suggest a slight modification or something like that. So it might be not next regular meeting, but the regular meeting after that.
So 30 days. Okay, and so we assume that these applications will already be in process before then.
Done, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'd like to just suggest that we, try to advertise this so that if there is some input from folks, that can happen earlier in the application process rather than after people have already stood up their practices. Okay, so I support this, and let's go ahead and is there any further discussion from commissioners? Otherwise, I will look for a motion.
I will move to approve. I think there are some wording changes that need to be made to reflect that it would be an administrative decision. It won't have to come to the commissioners for final approval. So I would amend it to read correct there.
Can you pull up the resolution?
Yes, I think so.
And we're gonna change the wording from just to seating, not outdoor only, in the res zone.
See, I can't get the stop
So hang
share
on, we're just gonna have
top.
Cindy pull up the resolution so you can read it in the context of your motion.
And you choose the other.
I think this is the resolution. Right. Yep.
That's correct.
I'm gonna share.
Share it, yep.
Thank you. I'm learning. All right, here we go.
Construction activity going on.
Okay, Steve, are you ready to
The
make
thing
your
go
motion?
down. So in the bold print, it does mention outdoor seating, and that needs to be changed to
Right,
expansion of seating for restaurants.
right.
And then,
The attachment is where we talked about the
now where
board's
did it
approval.
say? Yeah, where did it say about referring it to the board for final approval? Is that in the attachment,
Yes,
or was it in the?
that's in this attachment.
Good job, Cindy. She got back
Right
to
at
it.
the very top, I know, thank you. Right at the very top, under the bold, it says BOCC approval must be granted prior to any area seating expansion. We'll take that out.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I see a thumbs up from George. Okay. Thanks for biking down here to join us, Cindy. Glad we could get this done for our area restaurants.
Great, and thank you to Suzanne Wolf and John Ely and Brian Pettit and Jeanette, and we've been coordinating with CJ Oliver with the city, so thank you very much.
John, did you have something to weigh in, or are you just waving to us? John Ely.
I was waving to Cindy, actually.
Okay. Okay, moving on to individual consideration items. First reading. These will be set for public hearing on June 10th. We have an ordinance of the BOCC granting an underground right-of-way easement to Holy Cross Energy and approving the vault agreement for the purpose of providing power to the operations and maintenance facility. And we have Kathy Hall, our Solid Waste Center Director, here to present.
Yeah, and I also have Brian Pettit here with me as well. You see him?
He's kind of in and out.
We look like we're in a spaceship.
Yeah.
She's
Oh, we're in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon. So, yeah, this is Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Manager.
And Brian Pettit, Public Works Director.
Okay, and what we're bringing today is the first reading an ordinance to grant underground right-of-way easement to Holy Cross Energy and approving the Volt agreement for the purpose of providing power to the operations and maintenance facility. Staff have been working on the design and construction of the operations maintenance facility here at the Solid Waste Center. That building is currently under permit review. That the building, as a reminder, will allow staff to adequately park and safely maintain all of our solid waste center equipment and vehicles on site. So the building will be located in the boneyard area of the operations of the solid waste center. I don't share my screen. I have a site map here. So what you're looking at, if you have the site map and you can see it, we currently have power going to the 1 million gallon liquid storage
Hey,
tank.
Kathy, we can't see the
area.
site map.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Share screen. Okay, I think I got it. Does that work?
Not yet. Okay. Here we go.
There it is. Okay, sorry, new to this technology. So if you're familiar with the Solid Waste Center, this is an old aerial flyover, but we currently have a 1 million gallon liquid storage tank there and a treatment system. So there is currently power and an existing transformer up in this area, as indicated in the green. need to have Holy Cross run electric 650 feet down into the boneyard to the area of the new building. That area currently does not have any power supply down there. So this is the asking to give an easement to Holy Cross to install that electric power line and a vault. So. Yeah, pretty simple.
Questions?
Okay, questions from the board. Patty, go ahead.
Okay, first, the numbers on the letter that was attached is actually to Jonah from April of 2019. The number is $56,200. Has that number stayed the same because of it's now over a year later?
Yeah, I just had a discussion with Holy Cross and nothing has changed. Matter of fact, he feels that this number is probably high. So they like to estimate it a little high.
Okay, thank you. My second question is this going to interfere with any other of our potential, possible, probable expansions of the new expansion, hopefully, of the landfill itself or any other projects we might have? Is this line going to be interfered with?
Nope, it'll be outside of any expansion areas.
Great. So we don't have to think about moving it in the future. Okay, all right, thanks, Kathy.
Okay, commissioners at home, any questions? George, go ahead.
Thank you. Kathy, was this new building, was this originally being proposed to have solar panels put on it that we had a core grant to and we're not able to utilize it yet? In fact, some of those dollars are actually being transferred to the courthouse?
Correct. So yes, we still are moving forward, planning on putting solar on the facility. However, the solar won't be enough to supply all of the power needs for the building. So it'll supplement the solar input.
Would that solar go on as you're building? Because again, we transfer those dollars over the courthouse, or a certain percentage of those dollars, didn't we?
Yeah, so we are budgeted fully for the solar, even with the diminished dollars of the core grant. And those solar panels the building's designed for the solar panels. Once the building is completed, the solar panels will be installed.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, go ahead, please.
Kathy, reading later on in the packet material, it sounded like the county was responsible for doing the installation, and yet on the costs and whatnot, it seems like Holy Cross is doing the installation. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so us along our contractor Shaw will be digging the trench, and Holy Cross lays the electric lines. So that's what they mean by the installation. Holy Cross will install the electric power lines and the vaults, transformer.
Then would we do the backfilling of the trench after they do the electric part?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Greg, do you have any questions? Comments? No? Kathy, I have a question. Was this item budgeted in the 2020 budget, or will we receive a supplemental for this?
It is budgeted, it's fully budgeted.
Okay,
so.
Great, thanks for that. Okay, looking at any further comments or questions from commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'd move to.
Go ahead, George.
I'd move to approve.
I'll second, and it's set for second reading public hearing on June 10th, 2020.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 But I have a question for Kathy. How did you get Brian Pettit on your screen as your co-pilot? How'd she do that?
He's playing the role of Han Solo. It's magic.
That's pretty cool. Thanks, sir. That was very entertaining. I appreciate it.
Yeah, try and bring some light to this.
I was thinking Yoda.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for everything.
Okay,
Take
well,
care.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public hearing and second reading. The first item is a resolution of the BOCC approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation Aeronautical Board, Division of Aeronautics for airfield pavement maintenance. And I know we had Chris Padilla on the phone with us. Let's check in and.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, finally got the technical bugs out, so I've got my name on the board.
All right.
My name is Chris Padilla. I'm the airport director. Director, oh, no, not director, controller, sorry. And I'm requesting an adoption of a grant, a CDOT grant for airfield pavement maintenance in the amount of $550,000. And this is awarded through a pavement repair grant program through the state. The thing to note about this is we're looking for approval from the board, the BOCC chair, and giving the authorization for the airport director to accept any kind of amendments and closing of this grant.
Okay, let me look to the board for any questions. I'll go to the room. Patty, do you have any questions for Chris?
And there's no changes from first reading, right, Chris?
That's correct. No changes from first reading.
Great, thank you.
Commissioners at home, any questions for Chris? No, nobody has any questions. Chris, I'll just ask for clarification because we know that the airport's an important topic for everybody, that this grant is for current pavement maintenance. There is always the option that it gets ripped up in the future or, if we proceed with a different airport design. And that, can you explain which portion of the airport this is intended to cover?
Sure, no problem. So it's not going to be removing any asphalt. It's a crack seal type of a program. They'll do some remarking on the runway, the taxiway, and the connectors. There's not going to be any kind of there'll be some obliteration of rubber removal. And it really is just a maintenance of the current pavement and won't have any effect on the future state of the bigger project.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So to be clear, this isn't committing us to any future airport. We're just taking care of our current resource. Okay,
Correct.
This is a
That's
public
correct.
hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and see if anyone has called in with comment for the public on this item. You may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself if you've called in, and please say your name. Land use. I'm going to give it just another minute because there is a delay at home for folks watching on TV. Okay, hearing no public comment on this item, I'll go to the board for a motion, please.
I'll move to approve. I wanted to note that on the signature page, Patty Clapper's name is actually written on there, and that's already been cleared up. She probably was the one who was signed that the last time that the airport had to be repaved. So I think that's what, it just carried over the same template.
Yep, that's correct.
Good catch, Steve.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I see George got a
Aye.
thumbs up. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Enjoy your new
No
promotion.
problem, thanks.
Director.
Don't go down.
Okay. All right,
Right,
moving
stay
on.
well.
Take care. Moving on to our next public hearing, an ordinance of the BOCC approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the Castle Creek parcel of Highland Bavarian subdivision. And do we have Paul? Hi, Paul.
Hello. Yep, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator for Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And I will bring up a map here. I'll share my screen. Oops. There we go. So we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and nothing has changed, though I do have some clarification on the trail. But the overall property here this is the Conundrum Creek Valley right here, and this is Castle Creek. It's the intersection. There's a few houses up there, but it's essentially surrounded by the White River National Forest. And the landowners who own the largest parcel there, it kind of comes all the way around and then follows Conundrum Creek Road and then back, follows Conundrum Creek to their other property line there. They submitted an application to subdivide their property. And with that subdivision, they were also asking for some square footage and activity envelope, some land use development aspects to their development here. And while they did that, we asked for conservation easements on some of the more special parts of the property, as well as a couple trail easements. And the landowner, gratefully to Open Space and Trails, agreed to most of what we asked for. So this purple hashed area here, we're calling the Castle Creek Conservation Easement. It's about 26, 27 acres, and it's going to be completely restricted, no development. All they're going to be able to do is just maintain it in its existing form right now. We also obtained a conservation easement across the road here. This is about 8 acres, and it's an irrigated meadow. It stops right here, but through the development approvals, once they submit a building permit and their activity envelope goes firm, they're going to expand that conservation easement to encompass the rest of the property here. They just wanted the ability to move the activity envelope lines around if the new owner, whoever that may be, wanted to do that. And the trail easements we're obtaining is we're calling this the Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail. There's a large parking area right here you can kind of see on the aerial. We're going to use that as an existing trailhead, and this is going to be a foot and hiking trail. We're not anticipating any bikers using it, but if they do, we may sign it. But right now, there's really no need to have any bikers on that. And it is going to be open during the winter, though we aren't going to set any tracks for Nordic skiing. And if it does start to get use, we may put a sign up here stating that you can't just ski through the easement, but you could continue on into the forest. Although Little Annie Road is just up the road, so that may be a better option for folks who want to go skiing. The other trail easement is the Conundrum Creek Road Trail easement, and it's really just establishing a trail easement on this east side of Conundrum Creek Road, I believe 10 feet, just to ensure that public access can continue. There are a few more similar easements that are on, I believe, this north parcel as well, so we're just securing that and making sure that nobody can shut that down to the public. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, let me check in with commissioners at home. Do you have any questions for Paul on these 4 easements that we're considering? Greg, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, Paul. Thanks for presenting here. I'm just interested. It sounds good to me. This is ground we've walked and we're familiar with this. It's great that the landowner agreed to the easements. Could you tell us how long is that Overlook Trail?
I don't know the exact length, but it's under a mile. I think it's 0.76, but I just don't know for sure. What I can say, it's under a mile, and we are going to be constructing that this year. Our trails crew, we have one person who is an expert in trail construction, and he's already ready to go. He said he could probably get that done fairly quickly. And we are going to be we're going to be putting a bench and an overlook interpretive panel that'll look down on the historic Highland Bavarian Lodge. And it'll have views up the Conundrum Creek Valley, which are pretty spectacular up there.
Now, it's open to bikes, but you said you can't imagine bikers using it. My guess is they will, just because it's there. Is it appropriate for bikes as well as hikers or equestrians?
I think we'll probably sign it no bikes. The way that we wrote the easement was it's going to be regulated under Title 12, which sets out the rules for open space and trails, properties, and assets. But we wrote in there that we can put further restrictions on there. So I think we are going to say no bikes for now, just because it's going to be a really tight trail. It doesn't have real great sight lines, and it's really just going to be an out and back for hiking.
Got it. Now, so that would include equestrians as well?
I believe we're going to have it open for equestrians, yes.
Got it, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just thinking about one of those early meetings when the Overlook Trail actually came into being. Open Space and Trails had originally proposed a trail easement going along Castle Creek, right below the Highland Bavarian Lodge buildings. And it seemed like that was going to be intruding on their privacy to some extent. And so I thought, well, why don't you do a trail up somewhere to look at the original ski runs, because those ski runs were the first ones built in the Aspen area, the first ski runs that we had here. And so that's actually where the trail goes up to kind of the top of where the original ski runs in Aspen were constructed. And the intention is not for people to go up there to ski down those original ski runs, but just to look at the awesome view, looking up the Conundrum Creek Valley and looking down at the Highlands Bavarian Lodge down below. It's just a terrific view from up there. So that's just a little of the history behind how that trail came into existence.
Okay, Patty, do you have any questions?
I want to thank the property owner. This is an amazing parcel. The history there, just the land itself. I mean, we've walked it, we've seen it. It's incredible. It's just such an honor to be able to preserve that. And I want to thank the property owners for working so closely with the county to get this achieved. And I want to thank Steve for bringing up the idea of that Overlook Trail. I think that'll be a huge benefit for many reasons, but to be able to look down on that historic building is really important when we do a preservation project. So I think it's just one of the good things we get to do as county commissioners, this project. So I want to thank everyone involved, and thank you, Paul, for working with them.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on these 4 easements and see if anyone has called in. Joe Wells may have a comment on this. Hey, Joe, we see that you're on the line. Did you want to comment on these easements at all?
I'm actually called in for the next item,
okay.
So the basis item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, I will give it a minute to see if anyone else has joined us for the public hearing. All right, I waited 20 seconds, so remember that's how long you have to wash your hands.
And sing
Okay.
happy birthday.
I'll close the public hearing on these 4 easements. George?
Since there's 4 of them, Kelly, I'll start off. We could take turns on these.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the Castle Creek parcel of the Highland Bavarian subdivision.
I'll second.
I'll second it.
All right, Patty got a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Greg, can I hear from you?
Oh, aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, let's move on to the next one for the ranch parcel. Can I have a motion, please?
All right, I'll make a motion.
Come on.
I'm just gonna jump in, guys. Approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the ranch parcel of Highlands Bavarian subdivision.
Second.
All right, thank you, George. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Moving on to the easement for the Conundrum Creek Trail. This is the good stuff, guys. Someone make a motion, please. Steve, you're on mute.
I want to do the 4th one.
Okay.
So Greg, jump in or I'm jumping on it.
I'll make a motion to accept the easement on the 3rd easement parcel.
The Conundrum Creek Road Trail easement. Can I have a second, please?
Thank you.
I will second.
Thank you, Patty. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. And
So I
finally,
will make a motion to approve the ordinance approving and accepting the Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail easement.
I will second.
any further discussion? Yes, Steve, go ahead.
Comments, thanking the landowners for working with us on this issue for quite a number of years now, and they've been, I think, very gracious and very helpful in helping us achieve this. They need a blue ribbon from the whole community for what they're doing.
Any further comment? Okay, and I'll just ask Paul, let us know when the interpretive sign and the trail gets finished, because it really is a cool project and the history there is really cool, just to let the public know when it's open.
Oh, sure. I mean, it might be done fairly quickly, within a month or two, so.
Great.
Could be up pretty quick.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Who seconded that? Did you second that?
I did.
Patty did. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to public hearing for an ordinance of the BOCC approving and accepting the Whisperwind Way fishing access easement. And again, Paul, please kick us off.
Yeah. So this is another application that came through ComDev. I'll put up a map. I have both maps now. So this came through a growth management quota system referral to open space and trails. The property's address is 153 Whisperwind Way, but when we label easements, we use the lots. So this is Hidden Meadows Lot 6, and it sits right here. To give you some context, this is Snowmass Creek Road. Traveling this way, this is the Watson Divide property. So Watson Divide is kind of right at the top of the map. This property here is Windstar Conservation Easement, which I will say is open if people are looking for places to get outside, and the neighbor to the north has expanded some parking opportunities so people can have some distance. As a side note, Shieldo neighborhood is down here. So this is a close-up of the property. So the property kind of sits between Snowmass Creek Road and Snowmass Creek. The folks submitted their growth management quota system application to build an addition on their house, which is off map here, just to the east. They're going to add 2,000 or 3,000 square feet. But within that referral, to get open space and trails points to meet the threshold for the quota, we asked for a fishing easement and access and parking for folks to come fish this section of the creek. And they said yes. So the easement goes from the east bank here, and it travels all the way to the property line where it hits the county right-of-way. And we have spec'd out a spot here that will support a couple cars that can come off the road. There's also an existing kind of pull-off area where it looks like folks have kind of made their own little parking spot, so that is there as well. And we're going to place a sign that also directs traffic down a little, almost existing trail, but we may have to do some brush clearing to get folks down to the creek here. But we've gone through conversations with the landowners. They are happy, and Open Space and Trails is happy, and it's just it's another great win for the community. And I'll answer any questions that anybody has.
Okay, we'll go to the commissioners at home. Any questions? Greg, go ahead.
Great, thanks, Paul. Just regarding the trail, cutting brush in the trail, and then you said you had spoken with the landowners. I just want to make sure, are there any view plane issues? If you're cutting brush, it's not going to be interrupting or interfering. Is that their barn, or is that another house there?
Yeah, I think this is their garage, maybe a CDU as well. But Capitol Creek Road actually, or not Capitol Creek, Snowmass Creek Road sits fairly high above the property. So this is their kind of fire pit area. You can't see it when you drive through. And so this whole area here is really, really steep. And we're just maintaining the easement to the edge just in case something happens. But really, we're anticipating folks using this area. And this is kind of like the ridge where you can see my cursor. And there's a little drop off right here that you can kind of travel on a little kind of riprap side that's easy to get down. And nobody will even notice it's even there, except for the small 3.5 by 3.5 sign that we're going to place there with a fish and a line insignia.
Got it. So from the roadside, nobody will see it, and from the homeowners, they won't see it from that side either.
No, they're also set up pretty high on this side as well. It's
okay.
A little valley here.
Great. I think it looks great. It's a nice amenity, nice addition.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any further discussion or questions from commissioners before I open the public hearing? No? Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Check in and see if anyone's called. Okay, I noticed there's a 5548 number. Have you called on this?
Yes, I'm calling about the ACES item.
Okay, great, thank you. That'll be next. And we'll just give it a minute on the ordinance approving and accepting the Whisper Wind Way fishing access easement to see if anyone calls in for public comment. All right, again, 20 seconds is longer than you think. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on the fishing easement and go back to the board. Yep, Steve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance approving and accepting the Whisper Wind Way fishing access easement.
Can I correct the
I'll second
title?
that.
Wait, Paul, we
But
need
yeah,
to
the
correct
title-
the title. Is it Whisper Winds or Hidden Meadows Lot 6?
We're changing it to Hidden Meadows Lot 6.
Okay, so I'll correct that motion
All right.
for Steve and Greg, who first and seconded it.
Friendly amendment?
Thanks, Patty.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion from commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thanks, Paul.
Can we
Nice to
take a
see.
short break?
Yes,
Can we take a
please.
short break for the,
Yeah, would you like 10 minutes?
that'd be great.
Okay. All right, folks, we'll be back at 1:42.
Thank you all. I'll get those wrapped up.
Thanks, Paul.
Grassroots, a short break for 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Hi, welcome back, everybody, to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, May 27th. Right now, we are entering into our land use items on our agenda. So we are on item number 10, a resolution granting special review use approval for the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. And I will invite our staff, Tammy Cochin, to present this item to us. Hi, Tammy.
All right. So Kelly just said, the applicant for this item is the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, better known as BOCC. They're represented today online by Patrick Raleigh with Don Clausen and Associates, as well as Chris Lane is online with us representing ACES. After I wrap up my presentation, I know that Patrick and Chris both have a presentation they'd like to make to the board, and I also believe there's several members of the public that are planning on calling in for public comment. So the applicant's request to the board is for special review approval to utilize the property for environmental education classes and overnight camping. The environmental education classes would include classes through the local schools, natural field school classes for children, as well as classes for adults, hiking, snowshoeing, skiing, tours for locals, visitors, and as well as groups holding workshops at the Caddo Center at Topop. These tours will utilize the property as a starting and end point to access the surrounding Forest Service property. The request also includes special review approval for a campground, which will be located in the currently approved activity envelope. So I'm going to try and share my screen, and hopefully you guys can see that.
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So on your screen, you'll see the original site plan that was submitted for that camping area. I guess the colored area is the previously approved activity envelope. These 7 rectangles represent the 7 proposed tent platforms, which will hold canvas tents, which will accommodate 3 to 5 people. In the upper southwest corner, where my cursor is what they call the program hub. The area will contain a fire pit, log rounds, and stools to serve up to 25 people, a picnic table, a temporary seasonal weather covering, a bear box, a gear box, a portable waterless toilet, and a portable hand washing station. You can also see that there is a trail of the tent platforms, as well as there will be a pedestrian bridge which spans this ravine that's present in the area. Most all of these amenities that I just mentioned will be taken off site at the end of the summer season. And the applicant has represented that the campers will bring most of their food and water to the site, and that no dogs or domestic animals will be permitted on the property. So at this point, I will just mention that during the review process, staff requested that the applicant clarify the usage numbers, and based on the answers in the applicant's supplemental information letter, which was attachment K in your packet, staff reviewed the application with the understanding that 40 nights or 40 days of use were in the summer and 40 days of use were proposed in the winter, and that 20 of those summer days there would be overnight camping. And then just before the packet was published, the applicant provided a letter clarifying that it was their intent to request that the property be used up to a total of 40 nights for camping in the summer. Additionally, in part to the COVID-19 crisis and other factors, they are also requesting the ability to use the parcel for 70 days in the summer and 70 days in the winter. And with that, the group sizes would be limited to typically fewer than 20 people and no more than 25. So with that, I just wanted to let you know that staff did not review the application with those revised numbers. And so therefore, all the recommendations in the resolution have been based on that prior understanding of those proposed usage. I know Patrick does plan to speak more about those proposed numbers and days of use and where that came from later in the discussion, which the board can consider. So,
Tammy, can I ask, before you move on from that attachment you have before us, I see I'm kind of missing some units on there. There were 2 cabins and platforms for 3 people each, that's 6. The only other 2 that I see labeled are 5-person tents, so that's only 16. And there's 3 other structures, one's ADA access, and I can't tell what the other 2 structures are that aren't listed with any title to them.
I believe those are both, so all the rectangles are the tent platforms. I think just the 2 that are calling out the 5-person tents, so they're just calling out the fact that those are larger tents. And then all the other rectangles are the tent structures. So there's a total of 7 tents.
Right, but are the other, see, I'm saying there's a label to 2 of them for 3 persons, a label for 2 of them for 5. The other 3, one is an ADA label. The other 2 in the middle don't have a label. Are those regular tents? What's the occupancy of those, or platforms?
Patrick, you feel free to jump in, but I believe those are 3-person tents. Well, the application states that they're 3 to 5-person tents. So,
we have a total.
So each tent platform would accommodate 3 or 5, depending on the size of the tent. And Patty, you're correct, and Tammy was correct as well. The larger, and sorry for any confusion, but the larger tents are the 5-person tents, and then the smaller are 3-person tents. So 7 total, and each, and that may change. Again, we're limiting to a maximum of 25 people, but that's how those tent platforms work. So we're just missing a couple of labels on the 3-person tents.
Okay, so we're looking at the possibility of 25 people overnight.
That would be the limit.
And you've increased the overnight, you've increased the summer uses to 70 summer days, and winter days you've increased from 40 to 70. So that's a significant increase. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me check in. Yep, George, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just to follow up on Patty's question, Tammy, did this have to go through P&Z initially?
No, it does not.
Because it's a special review, it doesn't go to P&Z?
Right, it just goes directly to the board.
All right, thank you.
Steve or Greg, do you have any questions for Tammy at this point? I have a question, Tammy. Where is the road and parking to this site come to this activity envelope?
Sure, yeah, and I'll get to that in a little bit. I have a few other drawings,
okay.
But it's basically, my cursor as it goes directly from this program hub directly south to Express Creek Road, which I'll show you here just in a second.
Okay, go ahead. Proceed with your presentation, please.
Okay. All right, so on screen, hopefully you have the GIS map. I've highlighted the subject parcel in blue. And to your question, Kelly, you can see it's in close proximity to Castle Creek Road and the intersection with Express Creek Road. This is Castle Creek running just to the west of the parcel. And you zoom in just a little bit, here is that driveway that accesses the parcel from Express Creek Road. Other notable, structures and parcels and uses in the area include the Elk Mountain Lodge just to the north. Most people are familiar with the lodge right at the end of that valley. There's also the Caddo Center at Toquat highlighted there. The Ashcroft Ski Touring Center is located just off to the south. The Pine Creek Cookhouse is also farther south, highlighted here. There you go. Other uses include a few residential structures such as small cabins, and a few of the mining claims just to the south. There's also the Braun Hut system, as well as all the uses that occur on the surrounding Forest Service land. There's also, I guess I should point out, the ghost town of Ashcroft, located here, and the 72-hour park where there is circling.
Tammy, can you repeat that last statement? It's a little muffled coming through. You said 72-hour parking. I didn't hear what you said after that.
Yeah, so it's just located right by the Caddo Center at Toclat parcel. So it's, I don't know how well you can see it on the screen, but it's this brown area right here is where that parking lot is. The parcel itself, which I've just highlighted again, contains mostly steep slopes over 45% and dense vegetation. The program hub where most of the activity will occur is located in a very small and flat area on the southwest corner, and that's definitely the anomaly of the parcel. So just to give you a little bit of background on the parcel, the county's land use history pretty much begins in 2000 when the BOCC denied a 1041 hazard review and conceptual submission and special review approval for a single-family residence and a caretaker dwelling unit. The BOCC then found a taking and granted approval for that. The private road easement for a driveway from Express Creek Road to the parcel was granted in 2001 from the Forest Service. Then in 2005, the hearing officer approved a 1041 review for a building envelope and special review for a CDU. In 2009, the county issued an access permit, and that driveway, which you see on the screen, was constructed. It also includes utility lines, which are buried in that road. Then in 2014, the property was sold to ProPass LLC from Matthew Holstein. In 2016, the Community Development Director granted activity envelope review approval for development of a family residence and a CDU. A well permit was obtained from the state, and that well was also constructed on the parcel. Then in 2017, a site plan was approved for a single family residence. And with that, the Board of Adjustment granted a 0-foot front yard setback and variance and a 20-foot side yard setback variance due to just the steep slopes and the nature of the site. And then in October of 2019, the subject application was submitted by ProPass LLC. They were the owners at the time of the submission. And since then, in December 2019, ProPass LLC conveyed the property to Thomas Barron to ACES. That property conveyance was based upon the condition that the property be used for outdoor inspiration and education. And so to honor that condition, the applicant is proposing what they're proposing in front of you today. I should say that much of their proposal is in support of existing activities that already occur on the nearby U.S. Forest Service land. They have amended their outfitting and guiding license with the Forest Service to align with the request in the application. This application was originally scheduled to be heard by the board on January 22nd. However, after an initial review, it was determined that staff needed additional information, including a geologic hazard assessment, so that hearing continued to April 8th and then to May 20th. Still have time for that information to be obtained and for more review to be done. This application was referred to the county attorney, the zoning officer, faculty caucus, Aspen Historical Society, environmental health, planning engineering. Comments were received from the Forest Service, the Historical Society, the Planning Engineer, Colorado Geologic Survey, and the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, as well as there were letters submitted from Thomas Barron, Thomas Kirk, as well as other individuals in the caucus. And all those referral comments were included in your packet. So on to the actual review of the application. The first section, or the first criteria to consider for the request is in regards to the road, driveway, and for parking. So as I mentioned, access will be taken from Castle Creek by way of Express Creek Road and then to that already existing driveway. I should mention that the maintenance of Express Creek Road is guided by the Public Works Maintenance, Road Maintenance, and Management Plan, which allows for very low to limited maintenance on Express Creek Road. This means that winter maintenance is prohibited and that all winter transportation is done over the snow. The driveway is approximately 200 yards long and leads directly to that hub. The Forest Service did review the application and did provide comments, including statements that they would like to work with the applicant to establish any necessary fencing or signage at the driveway entrance in order to control trespassing. So now on the screen, hopefully you'll see kind of a zoom out of that driveway in this red rectangle. When this driveway was originally constructed, it was constructed outside of the, it was constructed outside of the 1987 FEMA floodplain map. Those have been updated since then, luckily, and it does now put the driveway within the 100-year floodplain. However, the applicant is not proposing any improvements to that driveway, and right now there's no other existing improved access. So this is the access that they will take.
Can you, sorry, Tammy, can you say that last part again?
It's just really hard to hear.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I don't know how to make that better.
I don't know what we could do. It's just coming through very garbled. It's really hard to.
So
Yeah,
we heard you say that the driveway is now in the 100-year floodplain, but the applicant is not proposing any improvements. And then we couldn't understand what you said after that.
Well, just that there's no other access to the site, so this is the established designated access.
So then my question is, because it's previously built, but it's now in the 100-year floodplain, they don't have to mitigate any of the floodplain issues because there's no other access, so we're leaving a driveway within the floodplain.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they were proposing improvements, that would be a whole other story.
Okay, great, thank you.
They're also proposing that the driveway is only going to be utilized by ACE's vehicles to transport bulky supplies or to transport participants with mobility challenges. Otherwise, for the most part, access will be taken by foot. And unless an ACE's program is occurring or staff is conducting other work-related duties, the property will be closed. So I don't know if I mentioned, but the applicant has committed to transport all participants up Castle Creek Road via a designated shuttle, a school bus, or to carpool in 3 to 5 vehicles. They'll be dropped off at that 72-hour lot and then will walk to the property. And in the event that overnight parking is necessary, the 72-hour parking lot will be utilized.
Can I?
Sure, Patty has a question for you.
So how are they going to walk from that parking lot to the property? Are they going to walk through that field and cross the stream at the Express Creek and then walk up the driveway? I mean, I don't know what the pathway is from the parking lot to the property. Do we know that?
Patrick, do you want to jump in and explain the exact route?
Well, yeah, and Chris can clarify this as well. I mean, my assumption that is they'll be traveling down Castle Creek to Express Creek Road. It's a very short walk from the 72, and it's then, you know, it's a brief distance on Castle Creek and then immediately onto the dirt road of Express Creek and then out the access road.
Actually, can I add, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we actually have an easement across the parcel that I don't know, it's this Aspen Historical Society parcel that we can access through.
So it would be just directly across, from down the hill, basically, from the 72-hour lot.
Okay, can we ask during the applicant's presentation that you show us that when the time comes during your presentation? We'll finish up with Tammy and get her questions and then move on, and you
Yes,
guys can
thank
address
you.
that
That's
question
fine.
at that time.
Okay. So I guess to speak a little bit about that 72-hour parking lot, there have been concerns about the use of that lot. It should be noted that enforcement of that lot was problematic last year because the county's enforcement contractor, which was the Forest Service, had a difficult time keeping seasonal enforcement employees staffed. Now, however, the county is funding 2 full-time forest protection officers with the hopes that housing and other benefits will keep those employees interested in staying long-term, and therefore that lot will be managed much better. The applicant is also committed to monitor the property at least once a week. An ACES staff member will visit the property to look for any signs of trespassing. They also propose to install wildlife cameras to document wildlife as well as to deter possible trespassers. And as I just mentioned, they hope to work with the Forest Service to post any small signs necessary at the gate indicating the use of the cameras and the fact that it is private property. Okay, so the next criteria for consideration is the water and sewage disposal criteria. As I previously mentioned, a well permit was obtained and was constructed. However, because the applicant does not want to construct additional permanent infrastructure, they will be asking participants to bring their own water. They will supply a 50 to 100 gallon in-ground or hidden water storage tank, which will be filled from an outside source. It will be relied upon also for their fire mitigation. Also, an effort to minimize development of permanent infrastructure and to maintain that natural setting, they are proposing to use a waterless toilet on site instead of a typical on-site wastewater treatment system. This toilet will only be used during the summer season. It will be removed after the completion of the season, and a hand washing facility is also proposed in association with that. They will be required to obtain approval from the Environmental Department and any permits or approval for them. The next criteria for consideration is the scenic view protection criteria. And as I just mentioned, all the site amenities will be, well, most all of the site amenities will be removed from the parcel at the end of the summer. And to get an idea, the size of the activity in relation to the parcel, I have on screen the previously approved activity envelope plan that was recorded. The large rectangle is the entire 10-acre parcel, and just in the small southwest corner is the activity envelope. So it's a relatively small area tucked into the corner. As I mentioned, the program hub will include a small fire pit, which is described as a 36-inch diameter rock-rim pit. Wood will be brought in from off-site, and they will not store any wood visible from the fire pit. The applicant understands that fires will be prohibited when the Pickens County enacts a stage 2 fire ban. There will also be a picnic table for preparing and cooking food. However, they have represented that cooking and any meals will be very simple and a simple camping style. They've also stated that there will likely be a tarp and awning system to shield participants from the sun and rain. And other amenities, as I briefly mentioned, would be a bear box, a gear box, a first aid kit, fire extinguisher, flashlights, and repair and safety gear. And then lastly, this program hub will include log rounds or collapsible chairs to seat up to 25 people. The applicant has committed to concealing all these amenities from view, especially views from the public rights-of-way of Castle Creek Road and Express Creek Road, in order to minimize those scenic impacts. And given just the distance from Castle Creek and Express Creek, as well as the mature, they will not be removing, I'm confident that they should be able to conceal most of those site amenities. They've also placed those tent platforms up on the hillside, and they will have a very small and low profile within that aspen stand on that hillside. Okay. The next criteria that the board should consider is the geologic hazards. During the previous land use reviews and assessments, mappings were completed which verified that the parcel is within a red and blue avalanche hazard area, as well as within a potential debris flow path and rockfall path. On screen, I have the most recent civil engineer's report with a drawing showing those hazards. So this light red area is the red avalanche hazard area. This blue line indicates the blue zone for avalanche. And then where the debris flow and rockfall paths are on that as well.
Can you zoom in on that, please, Tammy? It's pretty small on our screen here.
I can't find it in the packet.
That's much better.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, jeepers.
When this activity envelope was approved for single-family residence, it was approved with the condition that that home be built behind a substantial avalanche and debris flow mitigation wall. However, because the applicant, their goal is to minimize development of any permanent structures, they did not propose a hazard mitigation structure. So staff was definitely concerned with the absence of a mitigation structure or the consideration of any mitigation, and requested this additional engineer's report be done. This report was done in March by RB Civil Engineering. Staff did refer the report to the Colorado Geologic Survey and the Colorado Avalanche Information Center and the Pickens County engineer for their review. All three of those reviewed the report and provided comments and recommendations. Each of those referrals also acknowledged that the proposed uses are feasible. However, that assessment should be done. And they also provided an extensive list of recommendations. Some of those recommendations include further evaluating the site without snow cover, relocating platform 2 and platform 6, performing rock scaling to reduce the rock mass hazards above the site, as well as providing additional freeboard for the pedestrian bridge above the flood elevation. So staff strongly recommends that prior to submitting for an earth moving permit or utilizing the parcel for any programs that an engineer should further evaluate those geologic hazards without that snow cover to verify the assumptions in the report. The applicant should then submit a site plan with a geologic hazard mitigation plan as well as an emergency management plan demonstrating compliance with any new recommendations in that new report as well as all the recommendations provided in those referral letters.
So
Patty has a question, go
yeah,
ahead.
so it's been recommended that we do reevaluate the rockfall when there's no snow, but we're supposed to move forward with approval of that if we do choose to approve this. Without having that information before us now, it'll come back at site plan review, which we won't see again, right?
No.
So how will it come back to us if there's issues that come up when they can actually do a rockfall evaluation at an appropriate time? This can be answered by the applicant. I'm just throwing the questions out now since you have this slide in front of us.
Well, Patty, this is a special review, so there will not be a site plan review round.
So they'll just bring it back when they pull a permit to do excavation or whatever. So the BOCC won't have a chance to see any further review once this moves forward or doesn't move forward today.
Right, that's how we've drafted it right now in the resolution. However, yeah, obviously you could request that it come back around after that second review is done.
Okay, and I did talk with Valerie McDonald, and she has not seen this application as of this time, which was recommended by the School of Mines or whatever her title is, as far as for sudden rainstorms, downpours, for evacuation plans because of the issues with the debris flow areas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So it was.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So it was the idea by staff that once that additional report is done, that the planning engineer would review that report, and at her discretion, she could refer it to CGS or Valerie McDonald for further review and recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the next criteria to consider is the use-specific standards for our campgrounds. They're pretty simple. It basically states that a camping is a primary use and is only permitted in a campground for which development permit has been issued. And unless the development permit specifies longer periods of occupancy, camping shall not exceed 15 consecutive days or 30 days in any 6-month period. Camping may also be permitted as an accessory use. So again, please keep in mind that staff did review this application with 40 days of use were proposed for both the summer season and in the winter season, and that 20 nights of camping were proposed for overnight camping. And again, the applicant has clarified that their request is to use the parcel for 70 days in the summer, 70 days in the winter, as well as 40 nights for camping. So even with those lower numbers that staff initially reviewed, staff highly recommends that the applicant submit an annual report to the Community Development Department no later than May 1st of each operating year to monitor and manage any issues that may arise. This is conditioned in that resolution. It's conditioned that that report should include records of water service and waste disposal, the number of days that are actually used, the number of participants, the number of vehicles that are utilized, as well as the number of employees. So that's the next standard to consider is the schools. The criteria of that is also very simple. It basically states that schools outside of the UGB shall be limited to no more than 15,000 square feet, and seating capacity should be limited to no more than 200 people. So in this case, the applicant is not proposing any floor area associated with these uses. The tent structures do not qualify as floor area as defined by our land use code, and the temporary seating will accommodate up to a maximum of 25 people. And then the very last code section for consideration is the special review use section. Both these uses are considered special review uses within the AR10 zone district. And per that section, the special review use is supposed to consider the applicable county master plan, the policies in chapter 1, the intent of the zone district which is located, the character of the immediate surrounding neighborhood and vicinity. And so the applicable master plan in this area is the 2003 Broome Creek, Castle Creek Master Plan. Its overreaching objectives include the idea that new development should be compatible and not fundamentally change the character of the neighborhood. It also includes the provision that lands should be deemed most appropriate for the preservation of agricultural, natural habitat, environmental resources, open space, and rural residential uses. And then lastly, it outlines that there should be a preservation of natural, rural scenery and landmarks for the benefit of Pitkin County residents. So within the applicant's management plan, they've stated that the guiding principle will be that all activities on the parcel will support the overreaching goal of education and inspiration. All activities must coexist with long-term protection of ecological diversity and ecosystem health. They also state that if activities noticeably diminish diversity and health of the area, that the activities will be modified and or curtailed. So based on this principle, the applicant has proposed minimal physical development of the site. Again, most of these amenities will be taken off at the end of the summer season. Transportation, again, will be via shuttle or carpooling. No new utilities are proposed, and most of the services will be self-contained. And there will be no new residential growth due to these uses. Staff believes that the other uses occurring in sub-proximity, including the other tours, the snowshoe tours, the ski tours, there's sleigh ride tours, the restaurant, the educational programs at Tokepot, as well as the historical tours at the town of Ashcroft, and all the other activities do coexist with the proposed uses, and does not believe that these uses will fundamentally change the area's character. At this point, I should point out that there have been concerns regarding allowing new commercial development, which were raised by Thomas Kurt and Joseph Wells. The master plan for this area does address commercial uses by stating that while commercial uses are generally supported by residents in the valley, there is a general consensus that any new commercial activities other than forest-based commercial recreation are more appropriately located within the UGB. So staff just would like to point out that the majority of the use of the parcel will just be for a beginning and end point for those forest-based recreation uses. It should also be noted that the land use code categorizes schools as a civic and institutional use and not as a commercial use. And the applicant has represented that these camping activities will be accessory to the educational program. Okay, and then another criteria to consider in this special review is the location, size, design, operating characteristics of the use, and that they need to be, that they need to minimize effects of the, including visual impacts on pedestrian and vehicular circulation, trash, delivery service, air, water pollution, and other impacts to natural resources. So overall, staff does believe that these operating characteristics are in harmony with the surrounding area. As mentioned before, the impacts will be mitigated. The program hub where most of the activity will occur is located outside of that 100-foot setback and the floodplain. And staff has no reason to believe that the nearby water sources will be negatively impacted. The applicant will be required to pack out trash and recycling after each day, and they will work with environmental health to obtain any necessary permits regarding waste and water. Staff believes that the most likely impact will be from participants traveling to that 72-hour parking lot and then accessing the parcel by foot. Staff believes that the applicant has appropriately addressed those concerns by committing to transporting all participants via the shuttle, the school buses, or carpooling. And again, staff has recommended that the applicant record the number of these trips and inform the community development annually of those numbers so that any adverse impacts can be evaluated and addressed. And then the third criteria to consider is the fact that there must be adequate public facilities to serve the special review use. Again, by design, the applicant has limited the need for extensive services. The portable waterless toilet and hand washing amenities will be provided at the program hub and will be serviced per county requirements. County campers will be encouraged to bring their own drinking water and food. The police, fire protection, emergency medical services, and the hospital are located near the beginning of Castle Creek Road, and they do have the capacity to serve those uses. However, due to the distance to those services, staff recommends that ACES personnel be CPR and first aid certified. And then the last criteria for the special review is the fact that the special review use must not materially endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, and substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. So with that, staff really has no information to indicate that the proposed use will endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or injure those adjacent properties. The applicant will be required every year to provide proof of general liability insurance. So that's the last criteria for consideration. Staff just concludes that based on the original understanding of the proposed usage numbers, staff supports granting the special review use subject to the conditions in the resolution, and recommends that this approval be for a term of 5 years with that annual review. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions or let Chris and Patrick provide you with additional information if they'd like to share.
Okay, before we turn it over to the applicant, I'm going to go to the board for questions. George, I see your pencil up. Go ahead.
Yeah, great, thank you. Sort of kind of a basic question, which I don't quite understand. I understand the use in the summertime with the tent platforms, but I'm a little confused about the winter use. Where, if it's just going to be day use, or are applicants or are people going to be staying at the Cato Center in the dorms? And why would you be utilizing Express Creek? I'm assuming you're going to be utilizing Express Creek in the winter for snowshoe or ski tours versus getting an arrangement with Ashcroft. It just doesn't make sense to not to utilize existing terrain, Nordic terrain that's already in existence. So Patrick, when you do your presentation, you can answer some of those questions for me.
I'll do that, George.
Okay, and Steve, go ahead.
Yes, Tammy, I wanted clarification about the difference between commercial use and educational or school use. Some of the Castle Creek residents have protested this saying it's a commercial use. I view it more as an educational use, and in the application it refers to educational. ACES is a nonprofit that does educational programs, so could you clarify that difference?
Sure. So, right, the definition of schools in the land use code, as we have it charted out, it falls within the civic and institutional category. There is a totally separate category for commercial uses. So, like I mentioned, right, it's not, we do not consider schools a commercial use. Camping, you know, it's, again, it's like you said, ACES is a nonprofit, and the camping would be accessory to that school use. But it's, right, it's accessory to that in civic and institutional use. So in this review, we did not categorize it as a commercial use.
Okay, so even though ACES would be probably charging some use for a school group or a youth group or whoever to use the camping facility, and that what they would charge, I would think, would be just mainly to offset their costs and not as a money-making thing. Is that true?
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to the fact that schools are not, we don't consider them a commercial use. They really are just categorized as civic.
And Steve, can I reply to that? When it comes to schools, the program's either free, and there are some cases where we charge a transportation fee, but almost in all cases, if a school can't afford it, we give them a scholarship and it's free. So those are our field programs, and those are free. Now in the summer, that could change a little bit. Winter would only be day use, and summer would have the overnight component. The overnight component could involve a fee.
But again, all uses are in conjunction with an educational activity.
Correct. It's not a public campground where anyone could access it. You could only access it through an ACES program is the only way to access it.
Okay, that was my understanding. There were also complaints from John Wilcox thinking that this would compete against Ashcroft ski touring in some fashion, which I mean, maybe when you're doing your presentation, you could address that also.
We will.
All right, Steve, do you have any further questions? No? Greg, do you have any questions for Tammy right now? No? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move on.
Can I?
Oh, sorry, Patty. Yeah, go ahead.
I just have questions that either Tammy, you might want the applicant to answer. Again, clarification of the walking access from the parking lot to the parcel. I want some better clarification of the use of the 72-hour parking and how that might impact the other uses that use that parking, you know, the people who use that parking lot. We want to make sure that parking lot is open to the general public who aren't associated with the ACES programs. And then this increase to 70 days, has there been availability of the public to comment on that change? I know that change just recently came through. I think it was a letter from maybe Patrick that clarified they're going from 40 to 70. I said 40 to 70. That's a significant change in the application, and want to make sure the public has had time to comment on that. The other issues I've already addressed, the evac plan. And summer season, this is interesting, runs from May 1st to October 31st. Well, that's like spring, summer, and fall. So I want to make sure we don't have any end of that summer season like May, April, May, June, any issues with weather, avalanche, those kind of things. And on the other end, I mean, that's kind of stretching our summer. I wish our summer lasted that long. That would be great. So if we can do some clarification there. And for emergency issues, is there availability of cell phone access, or you have some way, if you needed to call 911 for somebody from the ambulance district or the sheriff's office to come up there? So those are just a few things I think the applicant will probably cover I just wanted to make sure I pointed them out at the beginning. Thanks, Kelly.
Sure, and then Tammy, I just have one question about a code clarification. My understanding was that camping is an allowable use with a limitation of 30 days in 6 months. Is that correct?
So it says, it basically states that camping is permitted, right, with that, for no longer than periods of 15 consecutive days or 30 days in any 6-month period, unless a development permit for alternative numbers is issued. So that's what they're applying for, alternative to that standard.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Let's go ahead and turn it over to Patrick and Chris.
So if somebody can allow me to share.
Sure, we can do that here. Give us just a sec.
Cool.
Is he able to do it?
I kind of like the Picken County Hollywood Squares. I'll take Newman for the blog.
Okay.
All right. For the record, my name is Patrick Raleigh, Stan Kloss and Associates. I'm joined by Chris Lane of ACES. And Tammy, thank you for the very thorough job on the presentation. I'll try to run by some of the stuff that Tammy covered completely, but also give a little bit more context. Here's an example. This is an ideogram, is something I would call of what we envision the camping to look like. Very light touch on the ground, and a tent nestled in the trees that gets to take advantage of this beautiful stand of aspen and also the beautiful views. And it'll be a very light touch. Find my mouse here. So the guiding principle of the Riverdance property is that all activities on the property will support the overarching goal of education and inspiration. That is what we're all about. And that is what Tom Barron, the donor of this property, has requested and required us to seek and to support. So all activities must coexist with the long-term protection of ecological diversity and ecosystem health. And if any of these activities noticeably diminish the diversity and health of the area, these activities will be modified or curtailed. This is ACES. This is what ACES does at the heart of who they are. Chris?
Thank you. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I had one thought to that, and that is that going back even one more step, our intent with this entire project, first off, is and was to extinguish a development right. So to take what would have been a big house and protect the land forever. So protecting the ecological value, extinguishing a development right, and then providing environmental science education, something we are already doing up the Castle Creek Valley on public lands, that this opportunity came up to now focus slightly that similar programs that we're already doing up that valley onto a piece of property would have a more advantageous approach to it with the minimalist facilities.
So we'll go through an overview of the project. So as was stated, the property was gifted to ACES at the end of 2019 with that condition that it be used for inspiration and education, and to ensure that the property be protected ecologically. Building on this, no commercial activities will occur at the property. As we've discussed, all activities will be linked to ACES education programs. And this is not a campground. We really don't like the term campground, but that's what the code forces us into. But this is really not a campground that the general public will use, but it's all entirely for ACES program use that educates that pursues environmental education. So the previous single-family residential developments that have been approved were much more impactful and just contained many more user days. People were going to be living up there. So the mitigation was devised for those previous approvals, assuming that people would be living up their 365. That is not the case. We really have limited a number of days up there, even with this increase, which we will talk about a little bit more. But importantly, the hazard mitigation parameters were established by these previous review processes, and we're utilizing the activity envelope, we're utilizing Art Mears's previous studies, so that was utilized in our proposal. There's a permanent conservation easement, thank you, conservation easement that's been placed on the property, so no other development will occur. If camping is here and, overnight programs and nature walks, but there's not going to be a single family house. There's not going to be any structure that can be built on the future. It's going to be maintained in its natural state. So as we've discussed, the proposed uses are school-based environmental education, children and adult classes, hikes, walks along the river, hosting groups that are holding retreats or workshops through ACES. We've modified our use to not include skiing, but to have snowshoe tours. And then also this is going to be an access to the White River National Forest. And a key aspect of the utilization of the forest is the integration of this site to our outfitter and guiding permit that the Forest Service approved for ACES. As we've talked, the access will be provided via shuttle or carpool up Castle Creek. The participants will be dropped, and Patty, this will answer your question about the parking, the use of the parking. They'll be dropped off at the 72-hour parking and then walk to the site. And Chris, when we get to a map, will show you the easement that they have across the Historical Society Ashcroft property. So very limited vehicular traffic will actually go down to the site. It'll only be in the event that somebody with mobility issues or to transport a large object that is going to be integrated into an educational program. So really the 72-hour parking is for a very brief drop-off of participants. There may be an occasional use that a car would be parked there, but it would, of course, comply with the 72 hours and would be only on a very limited basis. So getting to the increase in the user days, ACES request is no more, and I want to really emphasize that aspect of it. This is no more than 70 days between May 1 and October 31st. You get the same 70 days in the winter season, and then with 40 nights of overnight use during the summer season only. Again, no more. We've heard some recent things that have arisen from the COVID crisis from schools, that they're looking at kind of modifying how outdoor educational trips, school trips are handled. My kids go to huts, and that's probably not going to be a viable outlet in the future. So ACES has seen some greater interest in bringing school groups on, and those added days will really help, make this a viable operation for ACES. And again, we wanted to kind of throw out there, what is our upper limit? So we don't have to come back and nickel and dime and say, well, we need a little bit more. This was really our outside limit, and it will never really likely exceed beyond this, and probably be something quite considerably less.
Can I add to that?
Please.
I want you guys to understand, have a picture of what that user day looks like. What it looks like is most likely 10 kids walking across the Forest Service land to access the property, accessing the property. Then we use our Forest Service permits to go off of that property, walk back, and walk back to the transportation. So it could be an hour. Many of those programs might be an hour. In the spring, I know Patty asked about spring, summer, and fall. In the spring, we do kids' school programs called our field programs, and same with the fall, and that's when the weather's amenable for that. In the summer, it's the kids' kind of day camp thing. It's called our Naturalist Field School. So they're two separate programs. The field programs tend to be very short term, 1 to 3 hours at most, and the summer camps are like an all-day program. And if you guys give us permission, it would be to spend the night, and at maximum the number of days that Patrick reflected.
Thank you, Chris. So the overnight programs will be solely for ACES program groups, as we've stated, and only during the summer months. And George, to clarify for you, and we'll get into this when we talk about the geologic hazards, but the overnight programs will only be during the summer. It's just our approach to dealing with avalanche is avoidance, which is the primary criteria or primary approach that the code would like you to take, and just simply not spend overnight periods of time during the winter months when avalanche could occur. And again, as we've said, that this will not be an open campground for somebody driving down the road to spend the night. You'll have to be with an ACES staff member and part of the program to actually have an overnight program. As Tammy showed with the activity envelope, I'm sorry, did somebody say something? All activity will be located within the previously approved activity envelope. The program hub, the activity envelope is really a smaller piece of a much larger property that extends. So we're using a fraction of it for the overnight programs, and then even a smaller portion of the site for the program hub, which will have that rock ring fire pit, very primitive seating, you know, a temporary bear-proof storage, a shade structure, and toilet and hand washing facilities. All of these things will be designed to be removed at the end of the season and stored away either on site or at another ACES facility. The goal, and we'll talk about some of ACES management of this property, but we don't want things out there that will attract people to come and use the site unnecessarily, you know, without approval. So the overnight programs will utilize those 7 temporary tent platforms, which will accommodate between 3 and 5 people. I think it's a very unique design. We can show a little bit, but you know, they'll be basically hovering over the vegetation, again, keeping with that idea of having as light a touch as possible on the site. These tent platforms can be easily deconstructed at the end of the season and again stored either on site, out of view, or relocated to another ACES facility. So the site will really in the wintertime return back to its natural state. So here's the Riverdance property, the Caddo Center across the street. That's the full size of the property. But as you can see in the green circle, that's the area of the activity envelope roughly. I've indicated the program hub and then the location of the 72-hour parking. So Chris, maybe if you can explain how somebody would traverse the Historical Society property.
You know, I'd love to have Jim is on the phone. I would love to have Jim respond to that. He knows the details of that. Jim, can you hear us?
Now I can hear you, and I'm unmuted, I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So the access is...
Sorry, let me interrupt. Can you please introduce yourself for everybody?
Very sorry. My name is Jim Kravitz, and I'm the Director of Naturalist Programs at ACES. And yeah, I've worked for ACES for 25 years. My 25th anniversary coming up in about 4 days. So I know the area very well. And so the 72-hour lot directly across from the Caddo Center at Tocot. And then there's what's known as the Sawyer cabin. Actually, that's the Leahy cabin, which is just to the north of the 72-hour lot. And there's a little trail that goes from there over to Express Creek Road. There's another trail that we have chatted with the Aspen Historical Society that goes from the Ghost Town entrance towards Castle Creek and over towards Express Creek Road. And those would be the 2 different accesses we would take to get to Riverdance.
Can I ask?
Patty has a question.
Jim, do you guys have a formal easement? Do you have a formal easement agreement yet with the Historical Society? I mean, we need to have assurance that, I really don't want kids walking down Castle Creek Road to get over to Express Creek for any length of time.
No. That's, that whole parcel there is National Forest, and the Historical Society has a Granger Thigh permit on that area, and ACES also has outfitting guiding on that area as well. So that's all area within our permit boundary, And so that's, we walked those trails last year, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That's all part of something that we're already approved. And we went to all of the partners up there and talked to them about every which way. We talked with Ashcroft Ski Touring. This is not, we'd be doing a little different route in the winter, but the summer route, we talked with the Historical Society since they're there every single day during the summer.
Okay. As long as we keep the kids off the road, I'm okay.
No kids on the road.
Okay.
So I'll just take you on a brief little photo tour so you can get the gist of the site and the beauty of the valley, really. So this is a view looking north down valley. The ACES River Dance site would be on the right-hand side. Kind of there's a stand of aspen that you can see. That's a rough indication of where the programs would be taking place. Of course, it's also a scene river bottom that you can see with the willows. This is a indication of what the access road is. It's a very primitive path. Again, no modifications are really planned at this point. We will work with the Forest Service and with the county for any types of signage and gating, but there is a gate up there, so access is restricted. And again, this would only be used, on an occasional, by an occasional vehicle to transport something that's big and bulky or somebody with mobility issues, but generally everybody's going to be walking down this primitive path. Now we swing around and looking towards the south and the head end of the valley. This is the southern corner of the program hub as the access road enters the program hub. The activity envelope is probably right close to that transformer and wellhead. That is a holdover from the previous approvals. We're not going to be utilizing any of that infrastructure. As Tammy clarified, we're bringing our water in. This will not be used for water. And of course, there's not going to be any electricity. So that is just kind of a holdover from previous approvals. Here we now swing kind of back to the northeast, and this is the hillside up above, and that's the beautiful stand of aspen in which the tent platforms will be located. Just kind of gives you an idea of what the slopes look like and the type of vegetation. It's very heavily vegetated, and we'd like to keep it that way. Here's an image of the proximity to Castle Creek. And I think this is something that really makes this property special, is what this property gives to ACES by way of various things that the educational programs can look at and take part in. Jim or Chris, do you want to add anything to that?
Did we lose Greg?
Jim, you may want to add why that property is ecologically so unique.
I think, the corner of the property, and this goes back to when we first took a walk over there. You're right, you're very close to Castle Creek, but there's a primitive trail on forest that leads to a spring, which I'd been taken to. Trevor took me there years ago, Trevor Washko, who is the caretaker up at the Caddo Center. That was Stuart Mace's favorite spot this spring, and he would take everybody to this beautiful spot where the water is coming out of that hillside right by the aspen trees. And that's where that's where the magic happens. And then he would walk people out onto this aspen fan, which is also national forest. So there's it's just this whole stage of a new spot is unveiled after each little turn, and it's not very far. It's kind of like how we have at Hallam Lake, where you think you're going further than you are away from the building, but you're actually really close, and you're twisting and turning, and there's the creek, and you're looking up at Malamute and Leahy and Monument Peaks all the way up to Star, and it's just like the access, the views, and just it's like a perfect educational spot just to get to with pretty ease of operation. So, and this is just a launch spot, this little program hub here. That's where we congregate. It's already been hardened so that we don't have to hurt anything.
Thanks, Chris. Or Jim, sorry. So here's a image of the existing stand of aspen. Again, you can see the river in the background and just these wonderful aspen trees that it would be so magical to be able to spend an evening in. So as we've talked, we have the seven. I'm sorry, Jim.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to say something?
No, I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we have the 7 seasonal platforms, and you'll note that this is a slightly modified site plan, again, that is benefiting from the review of the civil engineer and our hazard avoidance measures that I'll talk about a little bit later. But again, it's the same basic plan of tent platforms, some larger than others. We do have an ADA spot here that would be closest to the program hub. And then you have a very primitive path that connects these. Call it a goat path or just a kind of a very simple mountain path that leads to these platforms. We try to maintain the grade to make it as comfortable as possible to walk on. There would be some steps that would be integrated in as well, but again, utilizing native materials. These steps would be made out of logs, something to keep it as natural as possible. And again, down in the program hub in the corner, you'd have a picnic table, a temporary shade structure, and other facilities to support the educational program. And then again, I come back to this. This is the conceptual tent platform, hovering over the vegetation, providing as light a touch as we possibly can, giving you a flat surface for a nice tent, so it'll be really a wonderful place to spend the night amidst the quaking aspen trees in the summertime. And again, these tent platforms would be removed every season at the conclusion of the summer season. So there is that access road. We've talked about that, how it is adjacent to Express Creek Road, how people would be accessing it. We have very little plans to modify it in any way, and it does take you directly to the program hub. So you'll notice that on this map, we've identified the red zone and the blue zone. Romeo Belosis of our civil engineer kind of clarified to me that some of the Art Mears mapping maybe has this line slightly farther to the east, which would be to the top of the page. It's really inconsequential. The red zone, you can't do any development. The blue zone is you can do development with appropriate mitigation. We'll talk about what our mitigation is, but again, it's avoidance by simply just not going on the site and spending any appreciable amount of time during the winter months. Tammy also pointed out the 100-year FEMA flood mapping. The access road is located within that zone, but again, we're not doing any modifications. And we are also then, any activities where human activity would be taking place would be located outside of the floodplain. So here are the geologic hazards of debris flow and rockfall. The debris flow on the right-hand side, you can see clearly the incised channel where past debris flow events have come down the hill. And then on the left-hand side, you have the rockfall path, which quite frankly, to my untrained eye, is not evident, but as has been recommended by CGS, we will go back following approval and ground truth this, both actually take a look at both the debris flow channel and the rockfall and make sure that our assumptions were correct and make any modifications that are necessary. But here's an example of what the debris flow channel looks like. This is a little bit farther up. You can see this was taken last summer. It's very heavily vegetated. There are small trees that are growing within this channel. Indicates that it probably hasn't flowed too recently. But it is a very defined channel, and we can talk about it, but we'll talk about it later. But our civil engineer believes that any flows coming off can be contained by this existing channel. And here's a picture of the approximate area of rockfall path. Again, the entire area, the activity envelope where the activity would be taking place is very heavily wooded, very heavily vegetated. We're not looking at scree fields or large boulders that are evident that have been coming down the hill. But again, we will very gladly, and actually Romeo would like to go up there and ground truth this without the snow cover and make sure that our assumptions are correct and take care of anything that would be necessary, scaling or other, other activities to minimize the hazard as much as we can. So what you can see by our revised site plan is that the tent platform, the upper tent platform here has been pulled to the north to get out of the debris flow channel zone as much as possible. You'll also note that I've called out the pedestrian bridge. Romeo required us to ensure that the bridge has enough freeboard so that any water coming down the debris flow channel can pass safely underneath the bridge. And he also said, put any structural supports beyond the extents of the debris flow channel so that is protected when the channel does flow, so that the bridge doesn't get washed out and become entrained in the flow. And we've also indicated the far northern tent platform has been pulled to the south, again, to avoid the rockfall hazard zone that was mapped by Art Mears for the previous reviews. So getting specifically into the hazards, Romeo, who is a licensed civil engineer in the state of Colorado, has provided our report. We utilized the Mears and Wilbur report from the previous planning efforts, and the red and blue zones were identified as I showed you. The blue zone really covers to the the western extents or the down grade extent of the program hub, and then any area down to the creek is outside of a mapped hazard zone. So we have some ability to utilize the site in the winter months that are not in a mapped avalanche zone. George, to your question earlier, we are limiting winter activity to the areas outside of these avalanche zones. So that's going to be a daytime snowshoe walk along the river, and also as just a pass-through to the Forest Service lands beyond. No overnight programs are going to be pursued during the winter months, and that's how we achieve our avoidance. We will also, while we will still be using the property very limitedly in the winter time, we will closely look at CAIC for any statements or warnings that they have issued, and very closely follow those. If anybody is aware of the avalanche dangers and the snowpack characteristics of the Upper Castle Creek Valley, it is ACES, as they've operated up there for many, many years. So, we'll rely on ACES firsthand experience with avalanche, also to buttress, the CAIC statements and warnings. And then per the CGS who has reviewed this, the CGS personnel who have reviewed this, we will follow those recommendations. And CIAC director also reviewed the application and said, yes, this is feasible if they follow these general requirements. So concerning the rockfall hazard, again, we utilize the Mears and Wilbur report, but we will go up and gladly ground truth our findings and our understanding of that report to ensure that we don't need to make any further tweaks, or that we make the tweaks that we need to do. As I pointed out earlier, that the 10 platforms have been sited away from the rockfall hazard, again, achieving the avoidance standard that the land use code requires. And if rock stabilization and rock scaling needs to be done, we will do that. And again, CGS has reviewed and affirmed our civil's findings, stating that the program is feasible with these conditions. Concerning the debris flow, the previous residential developments saw quite significant avalanche and debris flow mitigation devices and techniques. That was, again, though, predicated on the intensive use that the single-family houses would experience. So our intensity of use is much less, again, on a less than it's between a third and a half of the year, however you want to count this, that somebody might be out there. So it's very much less than other neighboring uses who see people on a daily basis. So our intensity of use really allows us to look at mitigation in a different manner and allows us also to approach it from an avoidance standpoint. As I've discussed, that the pedestrian bridge will be designed to allow for the debris flow. The tent platform has been removed to the greatest extent possible to get out of to be, as far away from the debris flow channel as possible. RV Civil Romeo provided these calculations using a worst case scenario, which was a 100-year event with snow melt and debris flow bulking factors. So this is, we're looking at really the worst case scenario, and he feels that the existing channel can handle any flows coming down the hill. So the recommendations as provided by CGS included the prohibition of overnight programs during active thunderstorms and flash flood warnings, and we will also institute a management and evacuation plan. ACES will comply with those things. We think those are perfectly appropriate and something that we would have pursued in any event. So in summary, CGS believes that the proposed uses are feasible with this additional investigation, which we'll happily do, and also planning for evacuation. Something that kind of goes above and beyond this is ACE's own risk management. So ACES staff will always adhere to the policies described in the ACES Risk Management Handbook, which is stout, as you can imagine. ACES will create a management and evacuation plan in conjunction with Pickens County. In the event that something happens, we'll get people out. And Patty, I think you had a question about cell phone use. Probably cell phone use is spotty up there, but right across the street at the Caddo Center, there is a landline that has, that is tied in, you can contact emergency services.
Can you utilize?
Patty has a question.
Patrick, can you utilize satellite phone for emergencies, 911?
Can I speak? This is Jim speaking. We have in-reach devices that we use for all classes that are overnight. That's just part of risk management. So whether we are in service or out of service, that's an emergency communication device. So that would be, there's that piece, plus across the street, we know the folks there as well.
But there's no way to access the Pickens County public safety notices, because you don't always have time to check the National Weather Service when you have a flash flood or a significant rainfall. Those are issues that we put out on the Pickens County alert site, but because they happen so quickly, I just want to make sure that you don't get caught up there when a quick event like that happens and have no time to evacuate because you didn't have any forewarning. And I don't know how you might be able to access that, but that's maybe something you can work on.
Yeah, we do that. We'll do that through, we have a program manager that is out of the Hallam Lake that's throughout the summer. We are getting all Pickens County alerts, and all programs are alerted to any, we know where all our people are at all times and how to get to them. Because we have parents we have all kinds of things like that. So there's always a person in town who's plugged in that can do that.
Can you tell I'm a parent?
Yeah, right?
You gotta keep tabs on those kids.
Yeah, I wish I could. Thank you.
Patty.
So then, water for firefighting will be provided on site, and of course, no fires during, federal, state, or county fire bans. As Jim just mentioned, we're going to be monitoring the National Weather Service and the Avalanche Information Center, and getting that information out to any program leaders who might be on the site. And then, as I alluded to earlier, all supplies are going to be, hidden from view, and so we really don't want to create an attractive nuisance where people go down and take a look and see what's going on when they're not supposed to be down there. So and ACES is also very close at hand, and a staff person will be monitoring the site, on a daily basis to ensure that everything is appropriate. So concerning the overnight use, again, not an overnight campground, can't stress that enough. We really hate the term campground, but we'll live with it because that's what the code says. All overnight programming is going to be associated with an ACES program, and again, limited to, on the outside, 40 days during the summer season. These seasonal tent platforms will be nestled within the existing stand of aspen. And because it's in the existing stand of aspen, they'll be very minimally visible. Of course, we'll utilize natural materials, earth tone things, so to minimize the visibility to the greatest extent possible. And there's an image of kind of an idea of what these platforms look like, very rudimentary, just kind of getting you off the ground, allowing, limited amount of activity on the ground so you're not trampling the vegetation. And again, these are very temporary and can easily be dismantled and taken off site. And here's an example of a primitive hiking trail that links that. Again, the idea is to keep this as natural as possible. So the path is going to be very primitive, a goat path, if you will. And we've talked about how this would be constructed. Our intent is not to construct or do anything that would require heavy machinery or something. This is something that's going to be done with handwork and very minimal amount of activity. Getting to that schools, again, no floor areas associated with this proposal. We don't have any buildings or anything like that. Assembly will be limited to those 25 participants plus the ACES staff, and everything will take place outdoors and, be on camp stools or wood rounds or something like that. Very, very minimalist. And of course, this is part of the code. We're not a university. We're not in the UGB, but we're not a university use. So this is an outdoor educational school. And then reviewing the Maroon Castle Creek Caucus Master Plan, which I think kind of contains all the criteria for this special review use. The minimal level of proposed development will ensure that what we're doing up there is compatible with and won't fundamentally change the character of the immediate vicinity. I think it's going to be very likely that you won't even know something is happening on the Riverdance property. The nature of the programs and the limited activity on the property will ensure that the property maintains its natural habitat. Again, that's what ACES is all about and what they need for their programs. And the proposed use and the conservation easement restricts activities on the property and will ensure the preservation of the natural rural scenery for the benefit of the residents of the county and support our viable resort economy. And finally, the proposed uses of educational and school programs are classified, as Tammy covered, as civic and institutional uses, and we're not a commercial activity. Nobody come looking for a campground on Memorial Day weekend. And so with that, we appreciate allowing us to present, and we'll happily answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. I will turn it over to our commissioners. We'll start with commissioners at home for questions for the applicant. And I kind of have to toggle between you all. So George, go ahead, please.
I think you confirmed this, Patrick, but you said that for the winter, you'll just be looking at snowshoe tours, but not ski tours. Is that correct?
That is correct. And maybe Jim and Chris, if you guys would like to add a little to that.
I can add. The reason why ski was even put in there in the first place, it's a Forest Service term as a use, ski or snowshoe tours that we have on our permit cover page. So that's how it stripped over. That's how it wound up based on the Forest Service. We have no intention. Skiing takes some skill, and we don't teach that skill. We teach about the natural history of the area, and people who want to learn how to ski, there is a ski resort, an excellent one at that is just less than half a mile from Riverdance.
Right, thanks. And then what do you anticipate for the overnight age range for kids? Traditionally, what have you used, but now you're looking at overnight and tents for kids. And I asked that question because you also mentioned that you're hoping that those overnight campers would not only be bringing in water, but also for food. So I'm curious about young kids, if they're on their own trying to cook dinner and things like that.
Well, anybody the youngest kids that we take out for overnights are 8 years old. Most of them are older than that. They're in the bread and butter there is about 10 to 14. for that kind of experience. And there's always 2 leaders for 10 kids, and there's a part of the class which is teaching them how to do all the things with supervision, of course, keeping risk management in perspective. I mean, this year things are different. We have to have kids bring in their own meals, but typically we do a shop with them. They help plan it and prepare it. Did that answer your question?
It does, but are they actually cooking then?
They are doing some basic, they would basically do basic preparing, but not, I don't know if you'd consider it cooking. It's usually like boil water, add something like a macaroni and cheese or something like that.
It's kind of like what you would do, George, if you go backpacking for a week or something. You know, these are going to be very simple meals, ready to eat with hot water. No fancy meal service.
Yeah. Okay. You know, having spent a dozen years as an outdoor educator, the most dangerous equipment we ever gave our participants was a propane cook stove. Regardless of ice axes and climbing gear and ropes, the most dangerous gear that we were concerned about was a cook stove. So
kids at these ages are not handling cook stoves. It's our risk management. We none of that. We're handling the stoves, the staff.
Okay, thank you.
Steve or Greg, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. I have concerns about 2 animals that might frequent the camp. One would be moose, which along the Ashcroft area, there are moose there in the willows along the creek. And I presume you have a plan, maybe you have even encountered moose when you're with school groups before, but what's your plan during the winter if you are snowshoeing in and all of a sudden there's a moose on your trail and blocking your path back to Ashcroft? Have you thought through that scenario? The second scenario is bears. I have visited the Wrangell St. Elias National Park where my daughter spends summer times by McCarthy in Kennecott, Alaska. And the National Park Service has established tent sites where people hike into, and they have put in really heavy-duty bear boxes there that are pour concrete. They're bolted into the concrete. The bears cannot destroy them, move them, or anything. The people in the tents, they say, do not have any food, any toothpaste, any lotion, anything in the tent ever. And that's how you keep the bears out of the tents where people sleep. So do you plan on taking that kind of precaution? Because these are permanent tents, and if somebody has food in there from a previous group, the bear's going to be able to smell that even if it's a new group there, and they'd be wanting to look into a tent where someone is sleeping because they can smell that food had been there. So what's your plans for that?
I think that's a good point, and much of this camping is, we do the same camping presently up Castle Creek in the dispersed sites. We've been up in Lost Man. We've been a lot of places where there are bears and where there are moose and things like that. But the difference here that you're pointing out is that it's a repeated place. I guess those campsites are as well. And I think our risk would mean all the kids know upon education of living in bear habitat that they won't be doing this, and we'll be checking all of that. But I think, and we will have a bear box on site as part of the plan for the program hub to have a bear proof and making that part of the program. But it's a fair point, and one I think that we will update in our risk management, very specific, should we be approved for this. Moose is definitely another one that is continuing, from novelty to nuisance in about 5 years. We've seen them on North Star. We're in North Star every day in the summer, managing people there, kids, adults, And, you know, the main thing is there's no dogs allowed there. We are always having an ACES instructor or leader and who are up to date with how to handle, you know, moose protocol and, you know, putting nobody at danger, backing off slowly and, yeah, just not approaching them, not taking photos. I hope we educate people about how to do that. So we get a lot of calls from every summer. So all that goes in to the risk associated with doing these programs, but one I think we happily take on because we're living where they are and they're living where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Greg, do you have any questions, please?
Thank you all. I think this looks like a pretty well put together proposal. Just wanted to look at the natural path. Of course, the photo that you put up looked like it was fairly well manicured with steps or something. I thought, wow, this is going to be pretty deluxe. But I get the point, what you're doing. A couple of my comments were really if for any reason one of the platforms or the tents become visible from the roads, Express Creek or Castle Creek, will you agree to mitigate that and disappear them again? I think that, you know, trees come down and things change. It would be really important that this place remain invisible. That's a big concern of mine.
I think one aspect of it is, you know, obviously we want to avoid the hazard, and that's the key thing. So you have a hard line there. But where those camp platforms occur and the nature of how they're constructed, they can be easily shifted and tweaked from a location standpoint. And actually, I kind of foresee this standing out on Castle Creek Road and taking a look back at the site and ensuring that everything does disappear. So there is no magic with the locations as shown beyond the hazard avoidance, and we can certainly modify those locations so that they are invisible.
Great. Okay, that's good to know, helpful, you know, as things go on. I did want to point out that back in the mid-'60s, Dave Barney actually had a camp up there. It was called the Ashcrofters, and it was an introduction to nature and hiking and skiing and rafting. There's a precedent in the Upper Valley, just right over by where Toclot was. I think I'm pretty much comfortable with everything I've heard so far. The activity envelope makes sense to me. I was thinking, wow, if I had the option to ski in or snowshoe in, I'd ski in personally, but I understand that they don't want to compete, and they also don't want to. They're not going to be complicating things for a first timer who's up there. It's a snowshoe tour. I get that. I think as an educational facility, it can be done well, and I would trust ACES to do it well. But I appreciate all the questions that are being asked here today. As we all know, this is such a precious resource in this valley. There's no activity at all in the meadow between the site and Castle Creek Road. It would be nice to see if there are routes established across the meadow, if there's an existing trail, you know, just so a new trail isn't made inadvertently as you're getting to the parking area. The phone line at Toclot makes a lot of sense as a proximate area for communication if necessary. I'm not concerned about the floodplain. Rockfall doesn't seem to be a high activity area for that, but I appreciate the concern on that as well. It sounds as if you're not going to max it out at 25 every night you have available. I think I heard Chris say, you know, it's probably going to be more like 10 kids going in there. Who knows, it could get popular and it could grow, but what I hear you saying is this isn't going to be maxed out, and that's not your intent.
I think it's important to note that those 70 days and the 40 nights, that's the upper limit, and it's probably not likely that we'll achieve that in the near future. But we wanted to establish that as, you know, so that's out there, and we don't have to come back and try to rethink this, but that's the upper limit, and I think you're correct. Yeah, we'll be under those numbers most certainly.
Last question was, with a name like River Dance, are you going to be getting applications from cloggers and people who want to come and dance on the decks to lively Irish music?
You're looking at 3 of the star performers in the cloggers. You should see Chris when he gets clogging.
Oh no.
We want quiet. We want the place to be quiet, and we're very aware of neighbors and things like that. So yeah, we won't be having clogging or loud music or anything like that. It's a very peaceful experience.
Okay, let me go to Patty to see if she has any additional questions before public comment.
You've actually answered, to my pleasure, most of these questions. I have a great deal of history with rockfall issues in this valley for many reasons, but I'm still concerned about rockfall debris flow mostly. We all know a 100-year event could happen 3 years in a row, and a 500-year event, they happen. They're not called never going to happen events. So I think we need to always keep that in mind. So in reevaluating the rockfall issues and the debris flow, I would like, if there's anything of a significance, I really would like it at some way to come back to the board for us to review, because it may mean we need to tweak something. We just need to really be cautious about putting people in harm's way. My second thing is I have a suggestion as to the use of the 72-hour parking lot. If people could be issued some kind of ACES card or permit, that way when we have people go up there for enforcement, they can say there's only 1 or 2 cars from ACES. If they go up there and there's 20 cars, from ACES, I think that would be an issue we'd want to address just with incremental uses there. But that way people who go up for enforcement are rangers who are checking out the parking lot will then know and be able to track those cars to the use. So if you guys could maybe think about including that in your programming, that people who are actually going to drive have permission to drive and park there. We don't want to see random use, because again, I want to keep that parking lot available to the general public if need be. And as of right now, until if I hear anything new in public comment, I don't have any further questions. Kelly, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Patty,
Patrick?
can I just ask a clarification?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Patrick.
When you said, so after we go up and ground truth it, the program is that we go back to the planning engineer and she reviews it. It's at that point that if she sees something significant, you're suggesting we would come back to the board, but it would still go through the planning engineer first, correct?
Right, Catherine would be the first person to review it, and
right.
we trust her. That's why she works for us and does such a good job. So if she says this is a significant change, you're going to have to do something significant as far as mitigation, I think it might be something the board would want to see as far as the impacts of any kind, rockfall mitigation or debris flow mitigation can be significant as far as to the natural resources up there. So it might be something we would want to see. I want to just give staff that wiggle room if they want to bring it back. That I would welcome that. Thanks, Patrick.
Totally understand, and I just wanted to add that our civil engineer wanted to go back and ground truth these assumptions before we even heard that from CGS. So we're dealing with somebody who is very conservative and looking at these things. So I feel that we can comply.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and then I have 2 questions for the applicant, and then I think 2 questions for staff. With regards to winter use, what are you guys planning for provision of bathrooms and water supply?
I think that Jim can go on, but I think the use is going to be very temporary, like just walks along the river, again, which is outside the avalanche map zones, and also just passing through. But I'll turn it over to Jim.
Yeah, that is true. There's no overnight use, no extended use in the winter. And mostly we're going to be on national forest there. So that is take care of it before you need to. There's the bathroom at the lot that is shared on the forest, and that would probably be the one as guests arrive, if they need to use something right then, that's where they would go. And as far as water goes, we would be working with our participants coming up. We would have a gear list. If they needed to bring a snack or water or something like that, they would have, guides always carry extra water that for guests.
Okay. And then Jim, this is probably a question for you or Chris too, is do you have envision either winter and summer any adult programming or retreat use?
I think for sure the snowshoe walks, a lot of those are, the limited numbers are people that are coming up for another ACES program. They may want to go snowshoe on Aspen Mountain, or they may want to snowshoe up there. They could be, it's different. We already offer a snowshoe walk with Ashcroft and Pine Creek Cookhouse, and that's kind of our top hike, half-day experience with lunch at the cookhouse. It's pretty incredible. This is a little different. This is maybe something that is a 1 hour experience that's just, you come up the road, you do a 1 hour thing, and you're done. Or you're, you could be at one of ACE's other programs and be able to just do something short. So that would be for adults. Definitely, there could be adult groups that we have field school classes. We could do wildflowers, photography, mushrooms, writing, who knows, for adults. That would be kind of the summer usage.
Okay, and that would be for camping too? I just don't want to assume that when we think school, it's all school-age children.
Definitely not all school-age children. In fact, I think this, it could be 50-50. I can't, right now how it would start could be that way. Small groups, it's sort of that you found this special place, and maybe it's somebody who can't walk that far, but you take them into this shorter place, into this where the spring is and the views up the valley, and you've done your thing. You can spin your story there about it. But definitely adults as well.
Okay, thanks. And then for staff, I have two questions. One related to any requirements around fire mitigation. Is there a requirement for on-site water supply for that? I know you said a 50 to 100 gallons. That won't go far. So I just wanted to clarify what requirements exist.
Yeah, there's nothing in the land use code surrounding fire pits and what type of water is needed. I guess we could check with the fire department that hasn't been done yet and what they would recommend. But right now, yeah, that's just that 50 to 100 gallon water tank that they're proposing for that mitigation. So, we can change that condition to more, depending on.
Okay.
If you guys think it's necessary.
Okay, I just wonder, was the fire department one of the referral agencies?
They were not.
Okay. That might be something, I was thinking overall, maybe we want to have this application get reviewed by our emergency manager just for some tightening and strengthening on some of these concerns. So that would be a condition that I would ask the board to consider.
Yes.
And then finally, with regards to the bathroom for this summer, I just want to make sure I have all the information I need, because I'm thinking back to the Huts for Vets application that we looked at, where they're doing some camping on a private land, and they had to have a certain provision of a kind of a structured toilet. I forget the official names of when something's brought in, but help me understand again what type of bathroom facility is being provided here and what the code requires.
I have a picture of it. I'm sorry, I can't find my mouse. Did somebody
let's see, we can hook you up here.
I did turn you off, but you can start sharing your screen again.
Okay. I'm not going crazy. Let's see, but it's not giving me the option.
We have wizards in the background.
Well, in any event, I can try to get that picture up. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Did somebody, let's see.
We're working on giving you sharing permissions. Let's see.
Can you see that?
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, it's a
So-
potty in a tent.
It's a potty in a tent, or Chris has educated us on something called a groover, which is a little more rudimentary than this. But this is a fully portable toilet that would have some type of enclosure around it. And again, the waste would be removed, immediately after any program that utilized this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think generally this is probably going to be in an emergency, situation only. But it would be there, and it's completely portable. And again, we've worked with Kurt Dahl, and Tammy and I have talked to him about the various, facilities and how this gets permitted through the county permitting system. Colorado Public Health and the Environment has said, yes, this can be permitted through the county. So there would be also a temporary hand washing station, which is an example of a 5-gallon bucket with, tied up to a potable water source that you can wash your hands.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so I guess this presumes that any, group duration will only be for a couple of days or a day or two before this is emptied.
Yeah, I think, we would follow the manufacturer's specifications, but most certainly would remove it immediately after any program.
Okay. And then that brings just another question for me, probably for Chris or Jim again, is what would the longest camping stay that you envision be? How many days in a row?
I mean, I think maybe 2 nights for that kind of program. Anything where you'd want to stay in a place longer than that, you'd want to be moving and basically backpacking. We could do that up at Lost Man or something else. So currently 2 nights is the most, and I can't see us doing any more in a set spot like that. So that's. And I think most all of them, this is kind of an introduction to camping in the wild. So I think that one night is going to be the typical.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up to folks who have called in. Again, we are discussing the resolution regarding a special use approval for Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. And so I want to check in and see who has called in to comment.
Yeah, we know
Kelly,
Joe's.
it's Joe Wells.
Hi, Joe. Go ahead, please.
I met with Chris and Jim several months ago now to discuss my concern about the ever-increasing auto traffic on Castle Creek Road. Chris and Jim listened and made some amendments to the management plan such that all participants are now either going to arrive on site by shuttle or by carpool. The distinction being the organized groups will come by shuttle, and then the smaller class programs will need to carpool. I'm not exactly sure how that will happen, how that will be enforced, but the proposal is certainly a step in the right direction. It's one that I think any of the nonprofits or commercial operation should be required to do in the future if they want to expand their programs. So I appreciate the offer. In the long term, I would hope that we could come up with some way to shuttle even the existing or the pre-existing participants up to this very remote area within our valley. That would be my goal. I know that I've had some discussions with Cindy, and I know they're also concerned about the increasing traffic. Someone sent me a photo of a weekend prior to the shutdown this winter. All of the parking lots were full at Ashcroft, and cars were lined on the county road, parked along the county road. And from a resident perspective, it just seems to me that this situation's just being allowed to creep into a bigger and bigger concern. So I hope we can start to address the problem over time. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Nice to hear from you. Has anyone else joined us on the line to provide public comment for the ACES special use approval? I see a number. Yeah.
Tom Cardamone, can you hear me?
Hi, Tom Cardamone.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to comment briefly about ACE's tradition of stewardship up there and elsewhere, but inherited from Stuart Mace, who had a strong sense of leaving a place better than you found it, and giving back more than you take. And so I wanted to add some specificity from my view in what ACES, and I can't really speak for ACES, but I'm in communication with ACES leadership frequently, and I think that I'm in line with their thinking in representing a degree of specificity about the kinds of stewardship activities that ACES could be involved in that would go beyond mitigating impacts on the small river dance site and being engaged in the Castle Creek Valley in general. And they're in relationship to the Roaring Fork Watershed Biodiversity and Connectivity study that I'm orchestrating, but ACES is certainly a key member of the science team that has framed and is guiding in an ongoing way, guiding the study. And there are probably many examples, but two that I would pick out are the emerging maps of high quality habitat across the watershed for elk, deer, and bighorn sheep demonstrate that there's a lot of that kind of habitat in the Castle Creek Valley, and it's premature to prescribe exactly what the recommendations from the scientists will be, but they're likely to be in the vein of protecting and restoring habitat, and so there's that focus that ACES could take as a key stakeholder, an occupant, a resident of the Upper Valley, and it will be, because it can't be done by the Forest Service or easily done by any other entity, but key stakeholders like ACES will play a role there. The other example that is part of the study, the sort of a second-tier part that the wetland science team is pursuing, and they're part of this whole study, is the BRAT for Beaver Restoration Analysis Tool, and it's a computer model for identifying the best places that don't have conflicts. I need to insert that for restoring beaver populations. And on the one hand, you might think, well, that's kind of cute, but there's been a wonderful big study in eastern Oregon trying to figure out what the impact of restoring beaver where they can be restored without conflict with people. And in taking the numbers from the study in eastern Oregon and applying them just to the Castle Creek Valley, and this is my guess is within an order of magnitude, but we could increase the water storage capacity in that valley by 1,600 times the current capacity of storage at the water plant today, which is 2 million acres. So anyway, two small examples, but things that ACES could definitely has the expertise and the interest and the involvement with this biodiversity study to help move forward. And I just thought it would be helpful to put a face on what that stewardship that ACES is talking about being active in could look like. So that's my comment.
Great, thank you, Tom.
Thanks,
nice to hear
Tom.
from you. Has anyone else on the line joined us? Hello?
Yes, I'm wrapped up in my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Has anyone else joined us on the line to provide public comment on the special review use application for ACES? I'm just going to give it a few seconds because there is a delay for folks watching at home.
I'm Tom Barron. Hi, I'm Tom Barron.
Hi, Tom. Yes, thank you.
Hi, glad to join you. I'm the donor of the Riverdance property to ACES, and I guess I should also take full responsibility or blame for the name Riverdance. It actually is because when you're up there looking at the river in that beautiful spot, the light on the water really just does seem to dance, and so that's why my wife and I coined it as Riverdance. Basically, I just wanted to offer a couple of thoughts to you all that I hope will be helpful. We really have just two goals in donating this property to ACES, and the first was to protect the place, which, as you could tell, is very special, and as part of that, to avoid a 5,000 square foot house getting plunked up there. But also, second, we really wanted to make this land a place where ACES could continue to do its wonderful work with children and families, adults. Those words that you've heard bandied about, those words for education and inspiration, by the way, those words are intentional, and they're part of the management plan. For education and inspiration was really the whole goal, and that's why those words are in the management plan and the conservation easement. So I just wanted to assure you that, because I view all of us as stewards of these places for the future generations who might be lucky enough to experience them, as well as for the wildlife that's up there. And I've been watching this very, very, very closely, and I just want to assure you that the use up there is going to be extremely limited, both by the conservation easement and the management plan. And both those documents, which I helped to draft, are extremely strict, and lots of limitations on minimizing any impacts on the environment. There's nothing about this that would be in the least bit commercial. So there's no potential competition with Pine Creek Cookhouse, and there's also there's nothing that ACES would do on the Riverdance property that they aren't already doing up there at Tokla, and doing very well, I should add. So I just want to sum up by saying this seems to be, without any question, the best possible use of a really, really wonderful place. It's also in keeping really viably with the vision of Stuart Mace for that wonderful land up there. And I would just add, I don't think there's any better organization than ACES to be good stewards and protect this. We're all very, very fortunate to have ACES, and I think we can rely on them to take care of this place for education and inspiration.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Appreciate your comments. Has anyone else called in to provide public comment on the special use application for ACES on the Riverdance property? If you have, please unmute yourself. You may need to hit *6 and tell us your name. Did we hear from, I see a 0442 number. Did you call regarding ACES special review permit? Okay, I'm just going to give it another few seconds since there's a lag for people watching at home before closing the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for the ACES special use permit and bring it back to the board. I will note I have jotted down some things I've heard that we may need to comment on as commissioners, and Tammy, let us know if you need us to hone in on any conditions. But one of the changes was, so is the number of the days. If we accept the changes to 70 days in summer and winter with 40 nights of camping in the summer as proposed. I heard a condition requested from Greg regarding visibility of the tents from the road, and a condition to correct that, should they be visible at any point. I heard a request to identify the access trail route from the 72-hour parking lot. I made the request to have the applicant work with our emergency manager to sign off on an evacuation plan. Patty made a request to have the rockfall mitigation review come back to us at the planning engineer's discretion. Patty also made a request that the applicant should provide some sort of parking card to identify their vehicles in the 72-hour lot. I would also tag on to that to suggest that in their annual report to the community development director, they identify the number of cars that have been parked at that lot for their programs. And I think that is it. Tammy, is there anything else that you need the board to comment on? You're on mute.
No, I think that's it. I think we also included a review by the fire department.
Yeah, that was on.
Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so I will open it up. I'll go to commissioners at home. First, I do think George had his pen up first, and then we'll go to Greg.
Well, I think those are all great recommendations. I was just going to pose that to the applicants if they have any issues with any of them or any concerns.
Okay, so a question to Patrick and Chris and Jim.
I'll start. I don't have any. I mean, these are all things I think we'd want to do, no matter what. Emergency management plan, we want to do that. We've been planning on that. Rockfall, we're planning on that. The parking card, I think, is a great idea. You know, something no one said, and I know why we didn't say it, but, you know, ACES also has parking across from the 72-hour parking. But we certainly, as we told, meeting with Joe Wells, we kind of jokingly said it, but well, we'd love to see a gate on that road and have it be like Mervyn Bells. Let's get that place where you really got it tightly managed. So getting cars reduced is something that's top of our list. I mean, top of our list. The fire department review, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know what that entails. As you guys were talking, we don't plan on fighting fires up there, and you know, outside of our campfire, managing our campfire. So
the only thing I would ask for clarification on the fire department review would be that would be part of the building permit application, or I guess clarification of when that would occur.
Patrick, I see it as I would probably send them the application right now and let them know how this board meeting went and see if they had additional recommendations. And then if they did, it would be conditioned into that resolution. But we would let you know.
Okay, yeah, as long as, you know, any conditions of approval, that would be fine. You can comply with those, I'm sure.
Okay.
I would also add real quick, I think the trail route, Jim, you need to chime in here, I think is established. Isn't that, because there's an existing trail across Forest Service land, so we can draw that in or whatever, but am I wrong, Jim?
I don't know if I'm on. Let's see, unmute. Here we go.
We can hear you.
We got you.
Oh, you can hear me. Yes, the existing trail is there. There's two routes that have an existing trail, and we have so that can answer that question. No new trails would be feed into the ground there. I think taking recommendations or suggestions from the fire department would be great to look at the site and say, you know, we don't plan to have wood storage, any great amount of wood storage, how cleared the area is, We are right next to or very close to a creek. Is there any device that we could have that would be better for pumping water? I'm sure that as we go into our own risk management per site, we would want to have the best available materials and equipment for any of that. So, you know, and it just got, you know, walkie-talkies will be employed with our place across the way for safety. I think that whole part can be, would be developed in our risk management handbook upon approval, if that happens.
Okay. George, did you have any other comments?
Well, I'll just make some general comments. I'm certainly supportive of this. You know, at the time when our environment is at serious risk, we've got climate deniers, our public lands are under attack by industry who wants to develop them. You know, the operative words that I heard from our public commenters were education, inspiration, and stewardship. And I think the more we can educate, inspire, and create the next generation of stewards for our public lands and our environment, we should be doing everything that we can. And I think ACES is the gold medal model for doing that. So with that, I would support this application.
Okay. Thanks, George. Greg, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I certainly agree with George. I was just listening to Tom's comments. You know, this is the absolute best use of this piece of land, and I have to think about the times we've had ACES come before us, or representatives of environmental groups or naturalists come and argue that the best use of a piece of property might be to do nothing with it. And so I understand education, inspiration. We certainly all need that. Our kids need that. This does make sense to me. But we're building something. We're developing something in a piece of property. You know, it could have had a house on it. I know, well, it's developable. But still, we're planning to build something. And just thinking about some of the comments Tom Cardamone, our friend, has made in the past, you know, with the concern for wildlife mapping, things like that. And it occurred to me, I might have been offline. My connection dropped out. But did anybody talk about calving season? Are there any significant wildlife impacts that need to be considered here? Proximity to the wetlands and the beavers is good on one hand and maybe disruptive on the other. You know, this is something that ACES, I trust ACES over anyone to do this properly, but I'd like to know just what you've considered regarding wildlife impacts, because we're talking about developing habitat. You know, it's somebody's home already, I assume. So I'd just like to hear what you have to say about it. That's my biggest concern. Having said that, I'm supportive, but I'd love to hear, you know, how you talk about that.
And
so
Greg, I do acknowledge that you did drop off, and that was not discussed. So this is an appropriate time to bring that up.
Okay, great.
And I can start by saying that it wasn't directly studied in this application. However, the application that was submitted in 2017 for that single-family residence, staff did look at the wildlife habitat, and there was no significant wildlife habitat as defined in the land use code. But the applicant, I'm sure, knows the site a little bit better. Talk about the wildlife that they see, you know, day to day. But as far as the code goes, there's nothing protected in that area right now.
Anything else? Just calving season. Is it too early to open it in May, for instance?
I think, you know, that area, the Aspen Fan to the north could potentially see some calving. It's not been witnessed there. That's not an area that gets, it's still a little bit of high elevation for, you know, they're down here towards town right now, and not towards town, but at an elevation a little bit lower. We'll be moving up towards June. I think I don't believe that is calving zone. I know in the fall there are elk in the area, but the calving would be the question, and I don't recall ever seeing, and I can do a little bit more research, but I mean, I think it's a valid point, and it's one that we always think about, is what we do an improvement over doing nothing. And I think, you know, we're in a position here saying, like, this is, we do believe in what we do, and that educating is as important. And it's like the Leopold thing. If you're doing something that's good at enhancing biological diversity, and you're doing something bad if you're decreasing it, and that's just like good and bad. It's a very simple way to look at it, and that's how I kind of do. And I have to think that the education that we're doing in the long run will increase diversity and ecosystems. So that's where, when I have to balance it, that's what I have to balance. The kids that are being educated, the people who are being inspired to make decisions. I know we have an uphill battle, but this is, it's a key way that we have to do it. And, you know, like when we take people on the other side of North Star for the 3 walks a year, we did all of the, we don't go during calving, during nesting season. It is later on. This area is it's about 1,500 feet higher. So I think most of that, you know, you're getting into summer range there. So I guess I can look into it deeper, and I would ask Tom Cardamone, I'll get him back on the phone and see if what he knows from that area.
Okay, Greg, do you have any further? Sorry.
I have a little information. I just pulled up the wildlife map, and there is no production area mapped in that area, you know, nearby. There's actually no production area mapped up Castle Creek, based on the CPW maps that we refer to. So that's, I think, when Tammy, you know, referenced our review in 2017, that's something we would have looked at that time. So there's not mapped habitat. You know, could there be usage? Obviously, I think that's kind of more what you're discussing.
Thanks, Suzanne. That really helps.
Okay, Steve Child, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I too am really in favor of this project. I have been, in my life as an educator, I was on many overnight camping trips with school groups from the Salt Middle School and Carbondale Community School, both on the ranch, out in Canyonlands and Arches National Park, and on Forest Service land over at Homestake Reservoir. Every one of those trips is just ingrained in my memory because they were so memorable. The kids learned such an incredible amount of things on those trips. Sometimes they were overnight camping trips, but also I've done a lot of snowshoe trips with kindergarten, first and second graders, and still doing snowshoe trips once a year on the ranch with adults through Roaring Fork Conservancy. So I've had just so many experiences, and they're all just so memorable to me because the participants in them learn so much, and it's an opportunity that I would take to teach the same kind of things that ACES and the Roaring Fork Conservancy use in teaching members of the public. And I can see this land as having absolutely that same benefit to the participants, whether they be adults or kids. I do have several concerns about safety things that I want to bring up. I'm sure ACES is very sensitive to these kind of things and aware of them. One would be when there is flood stage in Castle Creek, the campsite is really close to the creek, and on any of our trips, if there was any high water at all, the kids just could not go by the creek unless they were there with an adult, like within a foot of them. It was just, somebody could fall in the creek and they'd be swept away so quickly during flood stage. And I think it's critical as part of risk management that that you be aware of that, and I'm sure you would be, but I would actually like to have it mentioned in the plan, because the camping site is really close to the creek. The second thing would be if you are doing anything during hunting seasons, which actually hunting seasons do start August 15th and go, clear through January 15th, where there could potentially be hunters somewhere around. And I would want to make sure that you're using blaze orange on people so they're visible when even if they're just going over there for an hour, just to be sure during hunting season that they are safe. We don't want a hunter to mistake some person walking through the woods for a deer or an elk. And maybe they would shoot clear from the road over, the Castle Creek Road, which would be illegal, but would be just a tragedy if someone were killed or injured just because we didn't require them to have some orange on. I'm concerned when Tom Cardamone started talking about introduction of beavers there. It would be great beaver habitat. The beavers would very easily walk up the hill and take down that whole aspen grove where the camping site is. It's very close to the creek. If they started building a dam right down below there, they could be cutting down the trees that you were using to shield the camping area and the roads. So I know you would be tuned into that. You need to have a plan ahead of time. You might have to wrap wire around the trees to keep them from cutting down your trees or something, but just to be aware of that. And then also I was thinking of a backup parking plan when Joe Wells mentioned the parking lot being full and people parking on the road. And I think that you need to commit to using your parking area at Toklat if as necessary to as your your backup parking plan, or maybe as your primary parking plan for people going over to this property. If you made it your primary parking plan to use the Toklat parking, then you wouldn't, we wouldn't be adding at all to the overload of the 72-hour parking lot. So with those things said, I'm totally in favor of this project. I think you've done a really good job of, considering all of the different things. With an annual review, I think after 1 year we should have a really good review to see how things went the first year and maybe make tweaks to the thing then, but then it calls for a 5-year review. The special review permit would have to be renewed every 5 years. And I think doing at least the first year or two, doing a really good annual review would be important to pinpoint if there were any issues that we didn't think of ahead of time. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Patrick, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, just very briefly. I think when I was giving the presentation, I skipped over the slide, but we did commit to, which was a condition that is contained in the approval, of monitoring and reporting back days of use and water usage and so on and so forth. So we understand that, and I apologize if my presentation skipped over that slide.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to commissioners in the room. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, by the way, the referral to the Aspen Fire Protection District is number 13 as part of the resolution. So it's already in there, guys. I think Steve's reference to risk management, I think if ACES will commit to, and I know you will, to your risk management plans and add to that safety precautions during high river flows. And the other issue for me too would be specific to the scenic view plane. And I think that's something to be reported back. Greg's position on those trees do fall down. just a commitment to doing more screening if necessary as the project moves forward over the years, would be part of my concern. I came into this, it's really hard to say no to anything ACES does, because ACES does such amazing things, and my children and my family for many, many years has been involved in ACES and ACES programs. But I came into this, as you know, with a lot of questions. I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, and between staff and the applicants, my questions and concerns were addressed. I think a lot of good suggestions and a lot of good additions came forward. So I think this is going to be a great program, and I can't wait to hear from kids or participants. It'd be great to have them give you some kind of letters that you could put in your one-year review, so we'd have an opportunity to see what great things were accomplished up there as far as the participants. All right, thank you, guys.
I like that suggestion. Okay, up to me. I'll be brief. Camping is one of those activities that on one hand, some people regard it as development. And then on the other hand, it's a bit of an essential activity to foster the access to the outdoors that I think we have a responsibility to steward. And I think that the way this has been presented is the more thoughtful of approaches to camping. And I understand you don't like that term, but it is what it is. And so, I do think that additional access to camping in our community should be considered, and I really think is necessary, and I think this is the absolute best approach and maybe the new standard for anyone else who would want to try and present a request for that type of activity. So I appreciate all of the thoughtfulness and moving, the activities out of all the hazard areas, because I think that was a big concern I had coming into this. So with the conditions that we've requested and that I appreciate that the applicant has agreed to, I'm happy to support this. And with that, I have no further comment, and I'll look to the board for a motion.
All right. I gave everybody a chance. I will make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County granting special review use approval for the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. With the conditions, Tammy, I think we were clear on in addition as part of this resolution. And again, I want to thank the applicants and the public commenters and the donator, the family that donated this parcel to ACES. It's a great addition to our community.
We have a motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second that.
All right, Greg, I'll give that to you. Any further discussion from the board? Steve, go ahead.
So, I have known Tom and Curry Barron for quite a few years. I've gotten to walk on their land up in Little Annie Basin with them on the trails that Tom has built up there, little tiny footpaths that I could just tell the way he just loves the land and takes really good care of it. And I can see why he gave this land to ACES with the same kind of intention that this land would be taken very good care of. They're not going to be building any big trails anywhere. If anything, they would follow the model that Tom himself uses to build tiny little footpaths that have little impact and fit into the landscape. I really thank Tom for his thought in wanting to have this land be used for the highest and best use that it could possibly be used for, which definitely is not for a 5,000 square foot house and big avalanche, concrete wall barriers, that sort of thing. But it's for use for educational purposes. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that, Tom and Curry.
Okay, any additional discussion from commissioners? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, I see ayes and a thumbs up from George. So thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Patrick, for your work on this.
I'm
And
gonna-
best of luck.
I'm gonna pop out for 5.
I need 5 too.
Thank
And
you
then I'm
all.
gonna-
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Good to see you guys.
Thank you.
Be well, stay safe. And I'm going to request a 5-minute break for the board. So returning at 4:17. Grassroots will be back in 5. Thank you.
So I don't want to be last anymore.
everybody. Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, May 27th. We are on our second land use item, which is the Oxenberg subdivision, including the ordinance rezoning the Oxenberg property with a planned unit development overlay, and a resolution approving the subdivision conceptual submission, planned unit development, activity envelope, and a special review for a caretaking dwelling unit. This is the second reading and continued public hearing for both the ordinance and the resolution. And we have Leslie Lamont from our Community Development Department who is here to present. And she is getting set up and preparing to share her screen with everyone.
Getting technical help.
Now I didn't share my screen. Sorry. Share. Aha. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Leslie Lamont. I'm a caseload planner in the Community Development Department. This item before you is a request for a subdivision conceptual review, rezoning to planned unit development, activity envelope review, and special review for a caretaker dwelling unit. This is second reading of the ordinance and the ordinance to rezone and the resolution for conceptual subdivision, activity envelope, and special review for a caretaker dwelling unit. I'm going to give you a quick orientation, cover the items in the memo that came out of first reading, questions that the board had, and then I'll be ready for any questions that you may have for me. Grafton Smith, the applicant's representative, and Bobby Oxenberg, the owner of the property, are available to answer any questions. Since first reading, there has been another letter from the Woody Creek Caucus Planning Committee, and that was in your packet. And there were, I collected a series of emails from the neighbor Paul Theophanis and put those in your packet. I did not receive any other letters from other neighbors. However, today at 2:40, I received an email from Paul Theophanis, and he sent that to the entire board, but I think I need to read that into the record. It's very short.
Came at 2:40 this afternoon?
Came at 2:40 this afternoon. So,
Did we get it emailed to us?
yes.
Why don't, well, let's see.
It's just 2 paragraphs?
Yeah, George, did you have a question or comment? No?
No.
Oh, you're kind of waving at us here. Okay. I would say, why don't,
I got the email and I read it, that's all I was gonna say.
Okay. So I'll make sure that this is given to Charlotte and it's put in the file. Okay? I assume that there are neighbors who are watching the meeting and who will call in and make public comment. I've made the agenda available and kind of our protocol available to them, so I assume that there are neighbors online. So what I first want to do is just orient the board again to this project. So this is obviously the Roaring Fork River, and this is down valley going north, and up valley is south. The applicant proposes to divide this property into 3 residential parcels and create a common open space agricultural area that the applicant proposes to create a wildlife conservation area. This is the Ellie Cerise Ditch. This would be parcel 2. This is the proposed common agricultural area. There is a barn proposed for here, and the CDU is proposed in the barn. This is an activity envelope that is proposed for a pond and a fire hydrant. This is Lower River Road. This is the Rio Grande Trail is here. This is the existing residential dwelling unit with a caretaker dwelling unit, and there's a couple outbuildings like a garage a workshop, a loafing shed. This is where parcel 3 is proposed. And this is another common agricultural area in between lot 1 and lot 2. And down in here is another wildlife conservation area. So here is the property again, and it just a little different orientation, but it's a little bit easier to use. The conservation area, parcel 2, with single-family resident, the barn, the CDU, the activity envelope for the pond. This is parcel 3 and parcel 1. So as I said, the property owner who currently lives here on the property is proposing to divide the property into 3 parcels. Parcel 1, parcel 2, parcel 3, creating the common agricultural area with the common barn. The property owner received growth management in February for $15,000. I have it in here someplace, sorry. For, I think it was 250 square feet, and they proposed to divide that GMQS allocation with 8,500 square feet on parcel 2, 5,750 on parcel 3. 1,000 square feet of the GMQS will be used for the CDU, and the barn, the square footage of the barn is exempt square footage based upon our code. The entire property is 39 acres, a little over 39 acres. And as I said, it has 1 single-family home and a CDU and a couple outbuildings on it. As part of the GMQS process, the applicant committed to limit the square footage on parcel 2 to 8,500 square feet, limit the square footage on parcel 3 to 5,750. That represents a 51% reduction of the allowable square footage that could be on this property. They've also committed to construct at least 20% of the floor area below grade for parcel 2 and parcel 3. And they've also committed to reducing the allowable maximum height on both these properties to 15% below the maximum. So that equates to roughly 24 feet and 3 inches. So this is conceptual subdivision. The next step for the applicant would be, if the applicant gained approval by the BOCC, would be to go back, prepare a detailed subdivision application for P&Z and BOCC review. Site plan review for the barn and the houses on parcel 3 and parcel 2 would be a separate review process. Site plan review is typically an administrative level review. The applicant, as part of the GMQS, has proposed to, let me see if I can get rid of that, is proposing a conservation easement over the entire property, and then the activity envelopes for the 2 parcels and the barn will be carved out of that conservation easement. The applicant is also proposing to dedicate a fisherman's easement along the highway side of the river. And the applicant is also, as part of the GMQS, is dedicating the easement to open space and trails for the little blip of trail that has been built that is outside of the Rio Grande right-of-way easement. And that easement will be donated to Open Space and Trails and managed by Open Space and Trails. So one of the items that came up during first reading was the question of the CDU being located in the barn, and so being located on the common parcel. So as I said in my memo, a CDU is an accessory to a principal use, And staff views the barn and the CDU as accessory to the residential uses. We support the location of the CDU within the barn because it makes sense to create a ranch manager's unit to manage the common agricultural property. If the BOCC is concerned that then you have a CDU in the barn, and then you're going to get a CDU in parcel 2 and a CDU maybe in parcel 3, staff is recommending that we clarify that and we limit the overall number of dwelling units in this project, and we prohibit future CDUs on the property. I talked with the applicant about that, and they don't have a problem limiting future CDUs on the property. The BOCC was also concerned about the language in the code that limits commercial uses of the barn. And, you know, it's been kind of staff's presumption that that is a limitation so we don't get special events and barns don't become special event venues. But we had a little bit of a discussion about that, I think, at first reading, about maybe there are some sustainable ag uses that someone may want to lease the property and lease the barn for agricultural purposes. So we have amended the condition in the resolution that is
In the reso, not the
in the
ordinance.
reso. It's condition 2E. 2. So as part of detailed subdivision and PUD, the applicant with staff will be drafting a subdivision and PUD agreement, and so we can address in that agreement the language for agricultural, commercial operations in the barn. However, we also need to go back into other sections of the code, and we want to look at those sections of the code as well and tie everything together. Staff's recommendation and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation, we recommend approval of this subdivision, rezoning to PUD. We recommend approval of the activity envelopes and the special review for the CDU. The P&Z and staff find that this application is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Pickens County Land Use Code and the 2016 Woody Creek Master Plan. Specifically, the master plan states that slowly and carefully adding density using aesthetic considerations of compatibility and keeping growth away from the rural areas will preserve the open spaces while still providing important housing for a sustainable community. The preference for method of adding density would be responsible development within existing zoning and scattered low-density infill of deed-restricted units. The plan also says we should seek to protect as many parcels of productive agricultural land from development as possible, including irrigated meadows, open croplands, and historic ranching areas. Conservation easements should be acquired wherever possible in Woody Creek to protect wildlife habitat. And the plan also recommends replacing any barbed wire fencing, and the plan does not support the use of barns for special events. The proposed subdivision and the PUD zoning meet the minimum lot area requirements for this zone district, which is AR10, which means the minimum acreage for residential unit is 10 acres. This property is a little bit over 39 acres. And the proposed subdivision is consistent with the surrounding properties that have been subdivided and the development pattern as proposed. And first reading, Grafton kind of walked you through various maps that showed the development pattern around this property. I have those maps again if the board would like to see them. The conservation easements will preserve all of the property outside the activity envelopes, which is approximately 34 acres. Approximately 76% of the historical irrigated pasture land will be preserved. Approximately 35% of sensitive wildlife habitat will be preserved. The development is clustered in a manner to maintain the scenic quality from Lower River Road. The development of parcel 3 is screened from Lower River Road. Only one barn will be built, and the redevelopment of parcel 1, which is where the existing residence and CDU are located. There's a condition of approval that requires the home to be set back from the river by 50 feet, decreasing the nonconformity if the property is redeveloped. So the P&Z found that the subdivision, the PUD, comply with the land use policies in section 160 of the code and meets the review criteria of the PUD and subdivision sections of the code. The P&Z also found that the activity envelopes are consistent with the applicable provisions of the land use code, and as they are located on slopes less than 30% and in mapped low wildfire areas. Parcel 2 and the barn are clustered, and the majority of the irrigated pasture land between Lower River Road and the development will be conserved. P&Z and staff also find that the caretaker dwelling unit meets the applicable provisions of the code. So, any questions from the board for me?
Before I check in with the board, I do just want to say, because we have received comments from the public that are frustrated that we're moving ahead with this hearing today. We've been moving forward with other land use items, I think, very successfully, despite our building closure and other restrictions from COVID-19, and I think we can continue to do so with this application. With that, I do just want to be clear about how we're going to proceed. So we've heard from our staff, and then we'll go to the board to ask questions of our staff. At that point, we will turn it over to the applicant and the applicant's representative to make their presentations. We'll ask questions. We'll have the board ask questions of the applicant and the applicant representatives at that time. Then we'll go ahead and open up for public comment to hear from anyone who has called in and to give anyone an opportunity to call in to provide public comment. We'll go back to the board for discussion or for any questions that the board may have. The board can choose who they want to direct those questions to before we have our commissioner comments and then a vote. And I just want to be clear about that because I think, there is some disagreements over this application, and our first hearing had a little bit of back and forth with people trying to jump in and refute comments they've heard, and I want to be organized about how we're going to take everybody's input today. So with that, I will open up to the BOCC commissioners for any questions for Leslie. Patty in the room?
One really quick thing, Leslie. We recently approved a fishing easement, but Open Space and Trails is now terming them as recreational easements. Just so you know, that needs to be addressed, so that somebody who was down there with a fisherman and didn't have a fishing pole wouldn't be in trouble because they weren't really fishing. So that is something that may come up with Open Space and Trails, but just to give you a heads up. Other than that, I think their format that you gave us with answering the questions was very specific, and I appreciate it because I have my packet from last time, and you pretty much cleared up the questions that we had before. So I think that was great. Thank you, Leslie.
You're welcome.
Okay, commissioners at home, do you have any questions for Leslie? Steve, go ahead, please.
Leslie, I've had a couple of communications with Linda Wagner today, the next door neighbor, and there was question about whether some letters from some of the neighbors had been received and entered into the public record. One was from the Gardners, who had sent a letter. The second was from neighbors King and Dace Stubbs, who I think had tried to send a letter, giving their input on the project, and I don't know whether anything was ever received from them or entered into the record, but Linda is concerned that the neighbors haven't been totally heard on this, and maybe their comments haven't been entered into the record. So what letters from neighbors have you received?
So with regard to those specific letters that you mentioned, Steve, I did not receive those letters. I have been in very close communication with Linda Wag and Marty Schlumberger and Marty's assistant, Greta. I met with Marty and Greta when the first application was submitted. The application was significantly revised and was submitted again, and they received that application. This Woody Creek Caucus received the revised application. The review of the application went to P&Z for growth management review first. Then it came to the board. Then it went back to the P&Z for activity envelope, site plan review, subdivision, and PUD. I mean, we've had 2 meetings in February. We had 2 meetings in March. You had a meeting April 22nd, and now we have this meeting. The property was publicly noticed for growth management. The property was publicly noticed for this project as well.
I just sent you something from.
So if someone,
it to you.
I mean, if we receive public comment right now in the form of a letter that was entered into the record, I think the past history would be that the commissioners wouldn't really have an opportunity to study it very well. Receiving a letter at the last minute isn't so helpful as receiving it in time to get it into the packet. So I'm not sure how to proceed with this. I did forward a letter to the commissioners today, or the BOCC, which actually goes to a lot more people than just the commissioners, a lot of staff people too, from Day Stubbs. And I'm really concerned that they are maybe not being heard and feel like they're being left out of the discussion. And I'm not sure that they're able to phone in today either to do oral comment.
George has.
George?
Yeah, you know, Steve, as Leslie went over an extensive public outreach and notification, and there are times that we get letters delivered to us while we're at the table listening to an application. And, you know, everyone has the opportunity to provide information through public comment or a letter, but there are times that it's unreasonable that when we get letters while we're sitting at the table to try to read those, we're in the middle of a discussion, just doesn't fly. I did receive letters from Dave Stubbs, from Paul Theomis, from Linda Wagman, and the other person. So I've received letters. I'm not sure, I'm surprised staff hasn't received them. We could forward them on. But, you know, this is the second reading, and we've had a long opportunities for people to weigh in. So I'm comfortable in terms of moving ahead with reviewing, asking questions, listening to public comments, and making a determination on this application. Unless for some reason there's additional information that we need, that we'd want to think about tabling it at that point or continuing it.
Okay, I just want to check in with our attorney, John Ely, about this conversation with regards to the letters that have been sent either to partial board members or the full board, but not to staff, and have you weigh in on that, please.
Well, the clearest way to handle it is to disseminate the information back, and that all voting members have the benefit of, you know, all public comment. That's usually the the protocol.
Okay. I don't think that I've received all the letters, so I don't recall seeing anything from Linda Wag, for example.
If I could just clarify, Kelly?
Go ahead.
The board received, the board received a letter from Linda Wag the end of February. It was when the board was looking at the growth management allocation. That is the information that I received. That was in your packet at first reading. Today, while I was waiting for my item to come up, I saw email traffic that Linda was reaching out to the board and sending emails and including, I think, a short email from Dace and King Stubbs.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, and then I said it, like I said, at 2:40, I got an email from Paul Theophanis. I mean, that's the extent of what I've received. And again, at first reading, in your packet, were all the letters I had received to date.
And the letter from the stub is very brief. Kelly, did you not receive that?
I don't know.
It came via,
I know it wasn't in our packet.
yeah. Well, it just came today. That's why it wasn't in our packet.
So I guess I just have some concerns that letters have been sent from people to people that haven't made its way into our public packet to confirm that they've been received and acknowledged by the board. So I would suggest that when we get to our public comment period, then maybe as a board, we either read those into the record or confirm that we've all seen them before we move forward on a vote.
The problem being is we don't know what letters came from when to whom and where. I mean, we have this one, which is the only one that I've seen, but there seems to be concern that they're floating around somewhere, and I'm not quite sure how we identify that as best we can.
Well, that would be my suggestion on how. George, go ahead.
Yeah, when letters come in at the last minute, there's no way they can actually be put in the packet, right? We have a packet a week prior, so that's just unrealistic. We can certainly read the letters into the record today, if you like. And I got an email that was sent to all the BOCC from Linda Webb. The date was 10 o'clock this morning.
Sure.
So everyone should have received it. So, if we want, we can read these in to the record because they were not sent to us in time to be in the record. I mean, that's as simple as that.
No, I agree, George, and that's how I would propose that we acknowledge the letters that were received when we get to the public comment period. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so now that we've cleared that up and we can move forward with a clear conscience on this application, I'm going to go ahead and invite, George, do you have another comment? I can't tell if you're...
I have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that for everybody.
Thank you. So you have questions for Leslie. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Leslie, I just wanted to confirm that the entire parcel, 1, 2, and 3, is all under a conservation easement, and it's to the benefit of OST, and then do we have a secondary like ABLT?
At this point, I believe it's just OST. That is whom has been working with Grafton and Bob Oxenberg on this. And it is for the entire property.
Okay, then as you mentioned, 76% of the property will remain irrigated pasture land. So as part of that conservation easement, all the water rights remain on the property?
Yes, the water rights are being bound to the property, and that was also a commitment in their growth management application.
Okay, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners at home, do you have any additional questions for Leslie? Greg, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Leslie, if you could just speak again about the ADUs, CDUs. Is there one CDU or two, first of all? And regarding the possible, ag leasing, say somebody, Farm Collaborative wants to come in and grow produce or something like that. Is that still possible on this property using the barn? Was that, I thought I read that perhaps it was not allowed. I just wanted to clarify.
Right, okay, so for the CDU, there is currently a CDU on parcel 1. And a second CDU is proposed in connection with the barn on the common ag area. So right now, this application, the board would be approving one new caretaker dwelling unit, but as we talked about earlier, if the board is concerned that then it's not clear that there wouldn't be another CDU on parcel 2 or parcel 3, then if the board would like to limit the number of residential units on the property, the applicant is comfortable with language that says no more CDUs on the entire project. Secondly,
Okay, and so we have a grandfathered, is it a grandfathered ADU on parcel 1 then? Is that what what you said?
Yes, it was originally an EDU, and then many years ago, maybe 5 or 7 years ago, they converted that to a CDU, caretaker dwelling unit. So then you asked about the commercial barn. So,
Right.
so the planned unit development zoning requires only one barn. They don't allow, the PUD zoning prohibits individual properties, residential properties within a PUD to also build a barn. So there's this one common barn that is being proposed on the property. The language in the PUD also then restricts the barn to any commercial use, and it limits use to only those members and residences of the PUD. And at first reading, we understood that the board was concerned about that in the event that there could be a leased ag business on the property, were we precluding that? So there's a couple different places in the code that talk about commercial ag use. Staff has been talking about this and trying to look at changes in the code that could free up these kinds of small agricultural operations. We could craft language in the PUD subdivision agreement for this project that would enable something like this on the ag land and also utilizing the barn. But we want also to look at the code and make those other tweaks in the code with the board's support and approval.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. My last question would be, I assume you've seen the letters that we've received already, pre-packets, and the concerns neighbors have about increasing density. So we're talking about putting 5 residences, really, if we include the ADUs, CDUs, on the 3 parcels. How does it compare to the neighborhood?
Well,
south and north, and I guess north and south.
So the first and foremost, caretaker dwelling units are not in Pickens County considered a unit of density. It's a review, it's a special review. If someone wants to do a caretaker dwelling unit, they have to record a deed restriction that it's a caretaker dwelling unit. They cannot short-term rent the unit, but they don't have to rent the unit. So right now, the code allows, there's very few restrictions on caretaker dwelling units being placed on residential properties. Having said that, this zoning is AFR 10, which is a minimum 10-acre zoning. The Woody Creek Caucus Master Plan does not recommend rezoning the properties that are AR10 to a greater, to a less dense, up to like RS20, which is 20-acre minimum, which is Upper Woody Creek is zoned RS20. So the master plan does not recommend rezoning the properties that are zoned AR10. I said AF10, AR10. So the properties, let me go back to this map here, which gives you a little bit more of a sense. So this property right here is a 10-acre piece of property. The property, Marty Schlumberger's property, which is this property here and this property up in here, that was divided in 1992 into two parcels, 26 plus acres and 12 plus acres. The county used to have a low impact subdivision that enabled someone to basically do a lot split, and then that was it. They could not subdivide their property any further. This property over here, the DBS property, was divided in 2006, 13 acres each, plus 14 and 10 acres. There's 3 properties here, 13, 14, and 10. So in staff's analysis of Lower River Road and the kind of different development patterns down there, we found that this subdivision was consistent with the underlying zoning and is consistent with the development pattern on Lower River Road. In addition, the majority of the land is being put into conservation easements.
Thanks for that.
George, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to clarify, tag on to two of Greg's questions. Greg said that there was, it looks like there's up to 5 different buildings on this, and what I heard you say, Leslie, is on parcel 2, there's one home up to 8,500 square feet. On parcel 3, one home at 5,750. Currently one CDU of 1,000 square feet and an existing barn. Is there,
new barn?
If we don't allow any additional CDUs, am I missing any additional building facilities?
Yes, parcel 1 is the fathering parcel of the subdivision. There's currently an
Please leave me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Currently, there's an existing
At the
home.
tone, please record your message. When you
Can you
finish
please
recording,
mute
you may hang up
yourself
or
if
press
you're not talking? Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
So parcel 1 is the fathering parcel of the property. There's currently a single-family home and a CDU on parcel 1. And there's the garage is a detached garage, and there's a workshop.
Okay, all right. And so single-family unit is proposed to remain there with the CDU?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I see where Greg got those numbers in. Thanks, Greg. And the other thing I would suggest, if this moves forward, back to Greg's question in terms of allowing a potential leasee from OST to do any commercial ag, given a most recent problem that arose to us, I would say that we should prohibit, currently marijuana is already prohibited in the Woody Creek Caucus area. And I would also say that we should also prohibit any crop or product that contains any THC in it. Something to think about and consider if this moves forward.
Yes, Steve, go ahead, please.
So I wanted to drill down a little bit on the commercial agriculture thing that Greg brought up. On some properties, people would sign an agreement with the county when they get an approval such as this. They would agree to not, that they would not do commercial agriculture on the property. And then their property would not ever be taxed as agricultural for property tax purposes, but would always be taxed as residential. They still do commercial agriculture on there, but they couldn't use it to claim the agricultural property tax rate. And is that, Leslie, is that what is being talked about here? Because I see that even if someone doesn't get the agricultural property tax, they could still grow a crop that they could sell, or they could lease it to someone who might do, high intensity kind of vegetable growing thing to sell to restaurants or in the farmers markets. So I just want clarification on what the issue is we're talking about here.
Can I chime in real quick? Leslie's that.
Go ahead.
Steve,
Patty will chime in on the question.
that came about many years ago when McIreland was on the board, because he was concerned about gentlemen ranches claiming agricultural status. So it came out after that, with some people were signing those agreements, some weren't, that they would reevaluate the property and tax the residential area as residential, subdivide that out, so you'd have two assessment rates on your property. But in this case, we want to encourage, at least I would like to encourage, sustainable agriculture, which would be commercial, but that property there, I think it will be maintained as a pasture, irrigated pasture, if it's not split into some areas that could be used for crops by local sustainable farmers or by farmers. So that area of the property would still be classified as agriculture. The residential properties will be reassessed by the assessor as residential areas and taxed that way. But I don't know if Leslie has, but I just remember by history. I think
Looks like
Leslie was on the
John-
board then.
John Ely wants to weigh in.
Actually, the code language that was utilized back then was to avoid the gentleman ranch, but subsequent to that time, there was a statutory change which provides that the residential structure is taxed at a residential rate, whereas the amount or the area of the property that is used for active ag is taxed at a classification for agriculture, unless the residence is used as part of the agricultural operation. In other words, the owner or occupant of the residential structure is part of and participates in the agricultural operation. So in that case, then the residential aspect of the property will enjoy a tax classification of agriculture as well. So if the portion of the property that is agriculturally used is put out to lease for a CSA or some other smaller agricultural operation, then the residential classification will stay in place on the property because somebody else will be utilizing the ag land.
So then I'm going to ask a clarifying question to you, John Ely. Since this is owned in common, how does that affect this part? So if someone who's part of the PUD is acting as the agricultural agent, how does that affect this, since this the agricultural area is owned in common?
It could affect if the person who's actually doing the work is a resident or owner of one of the residential structures, then it will affect the tax consequences for that residential structure. It'll be reduced because it'll be classified agriculture. If it's only one individual, then having it part of a PUD, it wouldn't necessarily affect the tax classification for all the residential units, but just the one where the ranch or farm manager was residing.
I see. Thanks for that clarification.
But can I add to that?
Patty has another
But if
question.
the common area is actually utilized as agriculture by a leasee, say a sustainable ag farmer, then is that common area taxed as agriculture?
Yes, I probably wasn't as clear as I should have been or could have been. I was a bit quicker for you guys. But so in the situation of a lease, so the ag purposed component aspect of the property is leased out to someone else. Somebody not a resident of any of the parcels there is farming the land. Then the classification for tax purposes of the residential structures in the area immediately around the residence will be residential classification, and the part of the property that's used for active agriculture will be classified as
Agriculture, okay.
so you kind of get the best of I think what you were trying to achieve, Patty, in your comments. But you would miss it if it was an owner farmer kind of a thing.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
Okay, I think we've beaten that topic up. Any further questions for Leslie? Okay, seeing none, I will invite Grafton Smith and Bob Oxenberg to present to the board, please.
Well, I think Leslie's presentation was very on target, and I think all of the questions from the board members are all, basically asked and answered. So I'm not so sure there's much else I can bring to the table other than stand on my presentation from the first round. If there's any questions, I stand ready to ask any questions or answer any questions. But I think we'll rest on our original presentation.
Okay.
If that's okay with the board.
Yeah.
I don't draw this out any more than anybody else wants it to.
Did Bob have anything he wanted to offer at this point?
Bob and I are social distancing at my house, and I can hear him mumbling and things, so I don't know if he's, and I think, I can hear him trying to talk, but I'm not getting the gist of it.
Bobby
but,
ever social distance.
No, I don't think he's muted.
I can
hear him in the background.
Bob has nothing to add, but he is willing to, stands ready to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So let me go ahead.
Or he yells from the living room.
I will check in with commissioners at home. Any questions right now for Grafton or Bob, the applicant? Greg, go ahead, please.
I guess this would be a question for Bob and Grafton. Just regarding the parcel 1, I believe it is, that has the existing home and EDU on it, ADU, whatever it was called, whatever Leslie called it. Is there a plan to redevelop that? Is that part of this whole development project, to redevelop that property, and how soon? And what is that going to look like? I'd love to get a preview of that if you could give it.
Bob's going to stand 6 feet away and poach on my. Bob, you can stand right here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Okay. Yeah.
Tell him he's violating a health order. We're going to.
I have no intention of. We're talking about my house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no intention at all of redeveloping it. I'm very happy. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
We did.
Okay, George, I see a question. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just to follow up on Greg's question again, what's the current size of that single-family home?
The existing?
Yes.
All in, it's about 4,000 square feet, 47 with the garage, the caretaker dwelling unit, and there's an old llama barn, llama barn in there that's unused. It's a total of about 7,000 square feet, maybe.
Yeah. So at some point this property will sell, right? No one lives forever. And so if we're concerned about a redevelopment of parcel 1, then we can limit we should cap the size of any redevelopment home there. And maybe it's at 4,000 square feet. So something to think about, because eventually the property's going to turn over. If we don't want to see a mega house there, then we should limit it right now.
So what square footage did he say?
He suggested 4,000 square feet.
Actually, let me pull my original application has the square footages.
I think Grafton was adding in square footage of the loafing barn, the garage, and probably the workshop into the size of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be comfortable with 57.5, including garage space and like we generally do. So I think that's fair allocation of square footage.
Okay, so we have a question.
Again, I'm just throwing out the idea that if we're concerned about redevelopment, which will eventually happen, we should limit that size. And not knowing where the future of our guaranteed home size may be, and that may change, it may be lower, hopefully in the future. We should think about that.
Commissioners, in my application, they're per true dimension, so that this is an approximate because they may have measured it differently than the county measures. But it's 4,108 square feet of floor area in the main house. There's a CDU of 869, and then but there's below grade storage of 1,000 square feet. So there's 7,725 square feet of development on parcel 1. And that includes the garage, the CDU, there's a storage workshop area below the CDU. Yeah.
Okay,
so that's enumerated in our application.
Okay, so we've heard from Grafton that the current square footage is slightly above 7,000 square feet, and we have a suggestion from George for commissioner contemplation when we get to our commissioner comments about limiting that, any future size on parcel 1. Any further questions from commissioners at home for Grafton or Bob? No? Steve, did you have anything? No? Okay, I'll go to the room. Patty, any questions for applicant?
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any either. Well, I guess I'll just ask for confirmation that if a condition is placed on the approvals to limit any future CDUs on parcels 2 and 3, that is agreeable to the applicant.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, just for confirmation on that. Okay, so let's turn this over to public comment now. I will suggest that we take public comment on the phone, anyone who's joined electronically, and then after that, as a board, we'll review any letters we may have received that didn't make it into the packet. So I see a number ending in 0442. Have you called in for public comment for the BOCC on the Oxenberg application?
Not on this issue.
Not on this issue. Okay, thank you. Has anyone joined us? I guess they wouldn't have a webinar link. Okay, I'm going to give it another minute, a full minute here in case anyone is watching from home, because there is a delay and I know there was interest on this item.
Kelly, maybe we should repeat the phone numbers out loud so someone maybe can't find it on the packet or whatever.
I can do that. The problem is I think there's some login information. So really the best place to find the phone number is on our published agenda at pickingcounty.com, because there is a phone number and a webinar ID and a meeting password.
could pull up the agenda that has it posted, but,
It's true.
I think they're trying to do that.
so if they're
Well,
trying
we
to
could
do.
share a screen with the agenda on it. I can do that. Let me see. Thanks for everyone's patience. We know there's been issues around this topic about trying to access the meeting. So if it's okay, can I pull up the agenda, Andrew, and you'll have me share my screen? Thank you. Okay, go ahead and zoom in here.
Can I, while you're doing that, read into the record the letter we received from this morning?
Well, the problem is there's a delay with grassroots, so we really need to stop talking and let the full minute expire.
Okay.
I'm gonna share my screen. Here we go. Okay, for anyone who may be watching online or Grassroots TV, we are gonna give it a minute. Here is the call-in phone number and the ID and password you'll need to join us for public comment on the Oxenberg application. Let me see if I'm getting any emails.
Hello?
Hi there, have you called in to comment on the Oxenberg application?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Please go ahead and give us your name and go ahead and comment.
All right. There are two of us here. It's Linda Wad and then Marty Schlumberger. We've had a very hard time trying to connect.
Okay, we're glad you're able to join us now. Please go ahead.
Yes. Now
Linda, let me recommend that you mute or turn the volume down completely on the meeting because you'll get feedback.
All right. I am looking for it. All right. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. First of all, I submitted a letter dated the 18th of May and sent it to all of the Board of County Commissioners. It's an important letter and one that I think the commissioners should have considered before actually all this discussion was carried on. So I think I'll read this letter. And it goes this way, 18 May 2020. Dear County Commissioners, RE Oxenberg Subdivision. Now that I'm back in Colorado, I have just seen Grafton Smith's response to my first letter to you dated February 21st, 2020. Mr. Smith is incorrect in his remarks about Marty's ability to re-subdivide, because Marty did a low-impact subdivision in order to preserve the land. He also has not built on his lands but left them as pure pasture lands. The other property owners that Mr. Smith mentioned may have subdivided but are not as numerous as Mr. Smith has indicated in this letter, and some are also low impact and they have preserved their pasture lands. This application is unique in that it is a GMQS full subdivision. Regardless of who has done what where, it does not have any bearing on what this applicant wants to do. This application is irreverent to the neighborhood, and the addition of two more large houses and a barn and a CDU in the future are too much for this area and it should be preserved for pasture lands. The Woody Creek Master Plan states in its opening statement, under the character of Woody Creek, and this is in the letter, it's written in bold. Please listen. carefully. Our character is probably our most important consideration in this master plan. Our vision is one of rural, residential community where open space, agricultural lands, and wildlife habitat are prime components. Also, scenic quality should be protected in a natural, rural environment from land uses that serve only to impose boxes upon the landscape without requiring from them all possible efforts to minimize aesthetic destruction and not disrupt the natural setting. Further, in quotes, Woody Creek has maintained that there is to be no rezoning for increased density. On page 40 of the Woody Creek Master Plan, under Housing and Growth, the fourth line states under the no heading, there is to be no development out of character with the rest of the area. The next line states no, under the no heading, no suburban character. All of these are examples of what the caucus does not want, and this application is clearly infringing on all aspects, even though its smoke and mirrors attempts to show that it is offering wildlife habitat and open space where there is plenty of that to begin with before Mr. Oxenberg decided to urbanize the land with houses and barns and carve out little areas to benefit the wildlife. Don't let that fool you. The wildlife have it the way they should have it right now, not after they have to make their way around these big houses and barns and fences that are going to have to be built with added people and cars and pollution. The traffic now on that wild lane has not even been addressed, on that narrow lane, sorry. Mr. Smith mentioned that once open space and trails takes over the land, that it does not mean that it makes it public. I would like that as a guarantee. In summation, I am greatly opposed to this application for all the reasons mentioned above. In speaking with quite a few neighbors, I have learned that I have been able to speak with, they are also opposed to this application. Nobody in our neighborhood wants this degree of density. Mr. Oxenberg will have accumulated 4 houses and 1 guest house. One is a guest house, a barn, a loafing shed, and the ability to build a CDU. That does not sound right. It's too much density for this area. I don't care what the planners up in Aspen say, but the neighborhood and the neighborhood does not agree with this, and so commissioners, please deny this and save our community from this urbanization. We do not want this density. Very sincerely, Linda Wog, 2550 Lower River Road. I want you to be aware of the fact that the master plan for the Woody Creek Caucus has very, very clear, specific language about commercial agricultural farming. So you're really getting very close to treading very heavily on the master plan. And if you're going to do so, I don't know why you're going to have a caucus at all. So please, I urge you to please deny this application for many reasons, but the other thing is, as I wanted to say, is that you did say that you had received a letter from Woody Creek Caucus, and I don't know if you've read it, but I would urge you to read that because they're opposed to this. And there were 2 other neighbors, Donna Gardner and her husband sent in a letter of opposition, and I know that the Stubbs were, and I know that the other neighbor Paul Theophanis is opposed to this, Marty's opposed to this.
Thank you, Linda.
And
We
a
do
few other
plan.
neighbors who letters you didn't receive. And Marty's right here, he wants to say something.
Great, thank you. And I do acknowledge we are going to go through before we close public comment to identify any letters that didn't make it into the packet today. Marty, go
That would
ahead,
be good.
please.
Okay, Marty Schlumberger. There's a couple of things of clarification that I'd like to go through. And I think the first one was the CDU units. On parcel 3, is it not true that they might go in for a variance to get a CDU down the future? Or did they agree just a minute ago not to add any more CDUs?
So Marty, we'll go ahead and take public comment, but I'll make sure we clarify your question before we take any vote.
Okay, that's one clarification I'd like to come up, because I do think they did agree not to have any more CDUs, and that, I believe, was answered, but I'd like clarification on that. Now, in their application, it states many times that they want to preserve open space and ag lands. Ag lands, or pasture lands is the word they used, is a lot different than farmlands. And our great concern down here, being a adjacent neighbor along the entire property, is that this would turn into a commercial farm similar to the one at Cozy Point. And if you drive in the entrance of Aspen, you look at Cozy Point, and you look at all the equipment necessary they use there, and you look at the chicken coops, and you look at the old McDonald farm sheep and pigs and visqueen and everything they have there. That is absolutely what we do not want, because this is a lot in a subdivision is being re-subdivided. This is not farmlands. This is a lot in a neighborhood. So I think this to convert, and I think you said you'd have to change the zoning to do that. Well, we're totally against changing the zoning to create a farm-to-table agricultural type situation. The caucus is also in agreement that we do not like the looks of what you would call a community garden. So that's something I think that really needs to be clarified. I don't think the zoning should be changed to accommodate that, because that is a commercial use. Also, if you look at, and I want to go what George has been reiterating a little bit about the unit that he has on parcel 1, which is the fathering parcel, that he has a house, a caretaker, a loafing shed or a barn, and a pretty good storage area underground, and a garage. Right next to that, sharing the driveway, is another home of 5750. It seems to me that that density needs to be looked at. That's all below River Road, all below the bike trail, and I think that's a high density. I think limiting the existing house to the 4,000 feet would be a very capital situation, so it doesn't get overly dense in that small area. Other than that, I think that the uses should be considered, and it should be written very specifically, the uses of the open space and the agricultural lands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty. Okay, let me go ahead and go and see if anyone additionally has called in on the phone to provide public comment for the Oxenberg application. If you have, please go ahead and say your name.
Dace Stubbs.
Hi, Dace. We can hear you fine. If you're listening at home, please turn down the volume on your TV or your computer because there will be feedback.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to really respond to Linda and Marty, because I think they've done so much terrific research on this. And what drew King and me to this community is the ruralness, and we are farmers in Kentucky as well, and have been for 70 years, so we love open space. We bought our property, and the additional property, we have 60 acres. It will stay 60 acres with our house on it. We are very concerned to see an 8,000 acre house, which square foot house, that we will not see, but I know what 8,000 square feet can draw, and I'm also concerned about really the real nebulousness of the barn. It's never been really talked about what at first it was delivered to us that it was going to be a horse farm with a pond, and that was it. And it obviously has switched into something much more significant. But King and I just are hoping to be heard. We did send an email that went out on the 19th to all the commissioners, and for those of you who didn't get it, I apologize. I'm pretty good on the computer, but maybe I didn't hit the right slot. But our email did come on the 19th, or leave here on the 19th. So obviously, King and I totally appreciate the amount of time you all put into this effort for our wonderful community, and we cannot thank you enough, all of you, for the sincerity, the intellect, the everything. It's been very interesting to listen and to watch. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Dace. Okay, let me go ahead and see if there's anyone else who has joined us on the phone to provide public comment for the Oxenberg application. If you have, please go ahead and say your name. And you may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself. I think that might be Laura. I don't know who that is. All right, I'm gonna just give it another half a minute before we close public comment.
Thank you for sharing your screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment, and I'm going to check in with Leslie Lamont. I understand that commissioners have been forwarding letters to you on this topic, so I want to make sure that we get those acknowledged for the public record.
The only ones I sent on were Linda Wags and Ms. Stubbs' letters from the 18th and 19th that I've already read and probably printed out or on my desk and whatever.
Sure. So Leslie, just acknowledge those, and then I'll check in with the other commissioners about any letters that they may have received that we haven't forwarded to you yet.
Okay, so I got Patty forwarded
I'm gonna stop sharing.
the email to me from Dace Stubbs, as well as the one from Linda Wog. And then at the beginning of the meeting, if you recall, I mentioned that I received an email today at 2:40 from Paul Theophanis. And he also sent that to the entire BOCC.
Right.
Okay.
That was his concern about postponing the meeting.
Right.
And I just want to acknowledge the board, the other members have seen those letters, the 3 letters that Leslie just mentioned. Thumbs up. Okay. I also, let me go ahead, it looks like, I don't think it was in our packet, but I want to acknowledge the letter from Valerie Braun on behalf of the Woody Creek Cockers District Planning Committee that was sent on May 18th.
That was in your packet.
Yes.
It was. Oh,
Mhm.
With
missed
she
it.
also sent us a portion of the Woody Creek Caucus Master Plan.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how I missed that in the packet, but okay, everyone has seen that. Greg, go ahead, did you?
Did you receive, I noticed we were all copied on a letter from Linda Wog that copied a letter from the gardeners, who are neighbors, I think,
I didn't.
as well. I saw that, and I see everyone else was copied on, that was May 20th. And I want to make sure that's in the packet. Perhaps it is already.
You know, Greg, I'm gonna ask you to read that because I did not see that one.
I didn't either.
So please
no,
forward
wait.
it to Leslie and
Okay, this
also
is
just
the-
read it into the record now, please.
Yeah, it's very
You want me
short.
to mail that to you?
Mail that to Leslie and then please also read it
Okay,
into the record now.
Okay. I've got to make sure I've got Leslie. Okay, we'll get it to Leslie shortly.
Greg, I'll do that while you're reading it.
The letter states, okay, do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, I got it. So I'll send it to Leslie right now. It's done.
Okay, here's the letter. It says, R.E. Oxenberg Subdivision, Lower Woody Creek Road. Dear Commissioners, the Woody Creek Caucus is writing to remind you we previously commented that the Oxenberg subdivision application contained too much density for the neighborhood. We requested from both Grafton Smith, the Oxenberg's planner, and Leslie Lamont, county planner, an example of an under 40-acre property being subdivided to allow 3 main houses, 2 ADUs, and a common barn. We are aware of the Oxenberg's willingness to conserve a significant undevelopable portion of the property, which is a nice gesture. However, it is creating a situation of 2 main houses and an ADU on the river side of the road, and a main house, ADU, and a common barn on the other. It's too much of an increase in density in a neighborhood that has thus far been able to maintain a rural feel. Thank you for your consideration, Rick and Donna Gardner, 1350 Lower River Road. And then they have a personal note at the end, which is unrelated to this, which I guess I'll leave out. It's a personal note to all of us. Should I be reading that well?
It's part of the letter. I would read it.
Okay.
Okay, it says, on a personal note, Fred Pierce, our personal attorney, who has been trying for months/years to have the county recognize that our 38-acre property is separated in 2 10-acre parcels by the historic Rio Grande Trail. County staff have declined all requests and intimated our only recourse is expensive, lengthy litigation with uncertain outcome. 3 main houses and a barn on lots 1 and 3 acres are seriously being considered for approval, question mark. So that's, if you can interpret that, that's their letter in entirety, dated May 20th.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
And again, thanks to everyone for indulging us since we did not forward these to staff to include in the packet. I want to check in with commissioners if anyone received any additional letters that we've not acknowledged right now that should be read into the record. No? No. Okay. Closing public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the commissioners for any clarifying questions of the applicant or staff. George, go ahead, please.
Well, I just want to, you were going to do this, Kelly, and you probably got caught up with doing all this other things. Responding to Marty's first question was the applicant willing to not create any more CDUs? And that is correct, Marty. The applicant is willing to not to eliminate any additional CDUs.
Thank you, George. Any additional questions for staff or the applicant? Steve, go ahead.
I'm noting that Grafton has his hand up, and I would like to hear what Grafton has to say. And I think he's due that privilege to respond to the public comments and then also to any more questions we have.
Okay. Grafton, go ahead, please.
Sorry, what? Yeah, go. Sorry, Bob asked. Bob and his social distancing. One is we're not asking for anything that's now permitted under the land use code. Second is that I am scratching my head a bit, and Leslie might recollect, that at our P&Z meeting, Marty's lawyer got up and stated that they were in accordance with, or they supported our application. So I don't know what that specific event, how it came about vis-a-vis the recent comment. Third is, I went back and took a look, and if you go to Aspen River Valley Ranches, Lot 1, 2763 Lower Road is on a 7-acre parcel, and Lot 2755, when it got subdivided, which is all part of the original Lot 1, when it got subdivided, is on a 7-acre parcel. And then if you look at, and I don't know if it's Lot 8 or Lot 7, but it's the Lulu subdivision. And Lulu Lot 1 is it's a 27-acre parcel, and it's got 10,000 square feet of floor area on it. Lulu subdivision Lot 2, which is Ritter, which is 8 acres, has 4,000 square feet of residence on it. And then I can only conjecture is that the P&K LLC, which is part of the old, of that entire lot, has 2,200 square feet of floor area on it, for a total of 17,000 square, three houses on a parcel totaling 17,000 square feet of floor area. So and I don't know about barns and stuff. So, and that's just either the next door neighbor up downstream, or the one past that. But so there is precedence in the area of these kind of densities, and then also one of the reasons for what they're calling density of having that 5750 house on the riverside of Low River Road is so that we can do exactly what everybody's asking us to do, to preserve that old pasture land on the other side of Lower River Road. That's what puts that house down there. I think if we had a preference, we would rather put the house on the other side of the road, but in order to preserve that pasture land for not only pasture uses and for visual impacts, that's why the house is there.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any additional questions from the board for staff or applicant? Yes, Patty?
Yeah, and again, in response, George, thank you for clarifying Marty's concern about the limitation of no more CDUs. As far as Marty brought up issues about Cozy Point Farm, it's my understanding, and please, Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, but if this goes into the hands of Open Space and Trails, there'll be a management plan, and the management plan is an opportunity to limit the impacts of any farming or any use on that property to avoid, you didn't want chicken coops, or you didn't want visqueen, or you didn't want structures. That can all be part of the next phase of management plan for that property. So, Marty, that gives everybody the opportunity to comment again on how that property will be utilized. And I do not believe we have to rezone it from agriculture to a different kind of agriculture, but Leslie, do we know about that?
No, I think maybe what Marty was referring to, as I was talking about, there's other places in our land use code that we would want to look at amending if we're going to talk about small agricultural
So that would be the code
operations.
changes that that would just be incidental to this, to clarify
and
the
they would
language.
affect the whole county.
Okay.
Yes.
And the third thing was, George brought up the concern about the existing house on that parcel for redevelopment, and that the best thing about redeveloping that existing home would have to move back from the setback, if it was to encroach, it could not encroach any further, but they agreed, I think, to a 50-foot setback with redevelopment,
Yes.
which is huge. So I understand George's concerns about where we're looking at energy code and house size. I would not have a problem if the applicant would approve of this also, of course, would be to limit the house size to 4,000, not including a garage and a CDU, but the redevelopment of the actual residential unit. And moving it back 50 feet from the river would be great. Plus, you know, it has a beautiful viewplane because it does sit just above the river on that little bank. So I could move in that direction if it works out with the applicant and the rest of the board too, of course.
Okay, let me go to the rest of the board for input. George, go ahead, please.
Yeah, a question, just follow up with Patty. So Leslie, that CDU that's currently on Lot 1, is that the only CDU that we're looking at, or was there another CDU that was part of the application? I'm a little confused now. Was there another CDU that was going to be incorporated in the barn, or are we saying that they can only have one CDU entirely on all 3 parcels?
So currently on the property, there is a CDU that was previously deed restricted, built and deed restricted as part of parcel 1, where the existing single-family home is. And the applicant has proposed a second CDU to be incorporated in the barn structure on the common agricultural property.
Okay, so what I also heard what the applicant was saying was that he's comfortable with not having any additional CDUs, so that would mean we would not have that CDU in a barn?
No, in the future.
Beyond this proposal. So somebody who owned Lot 2 and then bought Lot 3, they could not come in and request a CDU on Lot 2 and 3.
So, okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow here. So the way that sounds like is on all 3 parcels, there's only can be 1 CDU.
2 CDUs.
One existing and
Because
one new.
the common area parcel where the barn is where the newly proposed CDU would exist. So in many ways, there's 4 parcels here. 3 with houses, either existing or proposed, and then the barn with a CDU proposed.
Okay, so then could we say then that if we're looking at down the road at some point when Lot 1 will be redeveloped, that we limit it to 4,000 square feet and not allow a CDU on that parcel 1?
We could ask that. I'm not proposing that, but we could ask that. I'm proposing limiting the redevelopment of the existing home to 4,000 square feet, not including a 2-car garage and the CDU. That would be separate. So that would be 1,750 square feet. Because 750 is a 2-car garage, right, Les?
Pardon?
750, 2-car garage.
I would consider for redevelopment, because right now, the owner, the applicant is saying he has no interest or in terms of redeveloping it at this point, so it is what it is. But down the road, if we want to try to limit the curtail the further development, we could say 4,000 square feet if it's redevelopment and no additional CDU. And that could be 10 years down the road, but at least that addresses a little concern about the density. I have to make a couple comments. So in terms of the Woody Creek Caucus, no disrespect, but Woody Creek Caucus is one of the few caucuses in the rural area that has not limited their house size. So currently, anyone could, in the Woody Creek Caucus area, could build up to 15,000 square feet. So I find that amazing. In addition, OST has leased property in the Woody Creek Caucus area as recently as a few years ago. I forget the applicant's name, but they were growing potatoes there for several years for Woody Creek Distillery. So there has been commercial leasing operations in a Woody Caucasus area. So we can, as Patty said, we can certainly limit in terms of the types of uses. And one of those uses I would prohibit would be any crop or product that has any THC in it.
Leslie, you got that already.
Okay, let me turn to other commissioners at home for comment. Steve, go ahead, please.
So, the question, and I'll do this hypothetically right now so I can try to understand it. The GMQS competition awarded so many square feet to this property.
It's on the first page, Leslie. It's 15,250.
Yeah, 15,000. If we turn down the application as it is written now and allowed part of it to be built, would the applicant then be able to still use the full 15? Let's say we eliminated one house, but then the applicant said, well, I'm going to use the square footage to build a 15,000 square foot house. Would they be allowed to do that? So this is just hypothetical right now. Let's just say instead of 3 houses, we're going to allow 2 houses. Would the applicant then be able to build a much bigger house for one of the houses because they were awarded the 15,000 square feet?
I'll let Suzanne follow me because she probably can answer a little bit better. But part of the GMQS application, there was a variety of commitments that were made as part of that review for the allotment. So part of that was how the 15,250 square feet would be divided amongst the 2 new properties. And they received bonus points because they were proposing a square footage that was 51% less than what could be developed on the property with a full subdivision review. So we would have to look at how those commitments weighed next to just building one 15,000 square foot house. Suzanne?
Yeah, I think you covered it, Leslie. I mean, I think if it was changed into a 2-lot subdivision, the representations they've made regarding how the floor area would be used, as well as the representations they made, the commitments to obtain that floor area for 3 lots, not 2 lots. Again, I think maybe John wants to jump in, but I think at that point we're talking about, a new and different application. I don't know that you could just take that allotment and apply it to 1 lot instead of 2.
Oh, okay, thank you for that. The thought that's running through my head, and Kelly, when you said, well, in effect with the CDPUD, they are in effect creating 4 lots on what otherwise could just be 3 lots of about 10 acres each, going by the current zoning. Each one of those lots, and I consider a CDU, it's a place where a family could be living with their car and driving back and forth. In effect, if we approve the application as it is, it's 5 places where people are living. I consider those dwelling units. Maybe it's not technically by the county code called that, but in effect there'd be 5 dwelling units on what should have 3 dwelling units on it based on the zoning. I have to say that I agree with the neighbors that I think it's too much density for that property. I would like to see the density reduced, perhaps even just eliminating the 1 CDU in the barn. That makes 1 less place where someone could live on that property. That makes it less dense, and I could maybe live with that, but I just really am struggling. I don't think that I can approve the application as it stands right now.
Thank you, Steve. John Ely, you're sort of leaning in, so I wanted to see if you had anything to offer.
Thanks, Kelly, but no, I wasn't giving you a signal. I'll be more overt when I have something.
Okay, this body language, via web is hard. George, go ahead.
Yeah, Steve, that's what I was trying to get to. So you were able to explain it a little easier than I was struggling trying to understand the difference in CDU. So I was suggesting that there was only going to be one CDU on the property, and so they already have that one with the existing parcel one. So not to allow a CDU in a barn in addition. And down the road, if the parcel one wants to be redeveloped, perhaps they can move that CDU to a different parcel, but it only allows one CDU on all three parcels. Patty doesn't like it, but I'm throwing that out there.
And Grafton, I'm going to get through commissioner comments, and then we'll come check in with you, because maybe you'll hear more you want to reply to.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you very much. I just wanted to.
Okay. Greg, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think that the thought of the 5 dwelling units on the property definitely is what struck me, and I see Steve and George approaching it in a way that does make more sense to me. I can understand how the neighbors are. I look around the neighborhood and you see a lot of big houses and a lot of urbanized properties. So I'm sympathizing, but I'm also thinking that the barn and the CDU are going to be pretty obvious to everyone and sticking out. I'm looking at comparing maps here, and I'm having trouble with it. So I can see myself going along with Steve and George on this. Eliminating the barn may not be practical, but eliminating the CDU with it certainly could, or just keeping the one down on lot 1. And as George said, perhaps that could move at another time. It still feels like, they're definitely trying to get they're putting, multiple houses in a location that previously seemed to have one, with a CDU. So I do think it needs to be reduced.
Okay, I'll make my comments eventually. Patty, it sounds like you have
that's
more to
how I feel.
offer.
Eventually, I'll try
Okay.
and be brief. As for the CDU in the barn, it was allocated as part of the GMQ. I think I don't know how we would address the other 1,000 square feet. Would they put it into the 57.5 and build 6,000, or would they take it to the 8 and build 9,000? They have the right to use that GMQS allotment. I don't know how we can tweak it or change it.
So let me just remind the board, this is conceptual subdivision rezoning to PUD. So that maybe, and I'm looking at Suzanne, but maybe that if this is the way the board wants to go, there is opportunity in the detailed application that comes back to the P&Z and the BOCC to answer that.
Okay, let me suggest, I think it's appropriate to have a CDU built into the barn, so you see one structure, not a barn, and a CDU somewhere else next to the barn or in proximity to. Do we have the ability to restrict the residential use of whoever lives in the CDU in the barn to someone who is working the ag land? I think that makes great sense, because as we know with our ag leases and open space and trails property, the benefit to the county is that those lands are better maintained than the county has the ability to do so. For weed management, for water rights, for soil, the components in the soil, because the people are invested in the land, in whether it's farming or a pasture, they're invested in the water rights, the quality of crops or whatever grasses, pasture lands that are grown there. So I think it would be appropriate to have somebody who's actually working that parcel of common area, living in that property, because they just get more vested in maintaining it. As for the CDU in the existing property, again, I think it's fair to ask the applicant if they'll limit the redevelopment square footage, and maybe that's further discussion as to how that square footage is used. If we do 4,500 and they build a CDU of X amount built into the garage, whatever, I agree that maybe limiting that future development will help to resolve some of the issue of too much growth in that neighborhood. But I think now what we're getting from the applicant is a best case scenario rather than having a big 15,000 square foot house in the middle of that pasture in everybody's face. I think trying to work around and leave the pasture land open, the conservation easement, I think there's a lot of positives. I understand the neighbors' concerns about too much growth in their neighborhood. So I think we're trying to do the best. Also, there's growth about the commercial ag crops that have popped up down there, and I understand George's concerns and can support even giving up growing hemp there unless hemp has no THC in it and is used for other hemp products. But because there are strains of hemp coming out that have no THC. So that would be my position as part of the discussion. And I'm going to let Kelly have her turn.
Okay, these land use always, bring out the pros and cons. It helps me to remind myself that, they are entitled to, they have 10-acre zoning and almost 40 acres. So they are entitled to 3 lots and could, use TDRs or go into GMQS year over year to build 3 15,000 square foot homes theoretically. So this is a diminishing of that large extent that I don't think want to see either. But CDUs just bother me in general because it is density that's not acknowledged as such to house people, which often don't house people. So I'll leave that problem alone for another day, but I do think that frustrations with GMQS all come up in the context of these conversations. I do think that while it's applicable to the code, it really has been worked around to divide this into 4 lots rather than 3. Even though it's allowable in the way that they've presented it through the PUD through one common area element. And so I struggle with that too, because in some way, you just want to call a spade, and it's hard to do that with this application. So having said that, I think that the suggestions that have been made to limit future CDUs, I support. I would maybe suggest that with the parcel 1, that instead of applying a square footage to that we would just refer to whatever square footage is in place at the time for GMQS exemption, or if the caucus adopts a square footage size in their caucus area, and let the application refer to that in the future without a CDU would be my preference on that topic. So with that, I do want to give Grafton the opportunity to weigh in because we have put some new suggestions onto the applicant's plate.
Yeah, there's a few new things here bopping around, and Bob and I sidebarred, and my understanding, Bob, feel free to hit me on the back of the head if you can do it 6 feet away. Bob would be willing if we kept the existing, if we limited new development on parcel 1, the farthing parcel, to the existing of was it 7,725 feet. What we would be willing to do is to give up the caretaker dwelling unit in the barn, and also and agree to the THC specification, with the provision that the caretaker dwelling unit could be moved from, at some point in the future, could be relocated from parcel 1 out to the barn. In other words, we want to maintain the right to put a caretaker dwelling unit, which we've always considered a ranch manager's unit, onto in the barn, but who knows, the barn may never get built. But but I know that it sounded like the numerical number of caretaker unit dwelling units seemed to be a problem, so we would agree to limit that to just one caretaker dwelling unit on the entire 40-acre parcel. And and we get to determine whether it's in the fathering parcel or on the barn.
Square, GMQS square footage.
So Patty had a question about that suggestion that I think we should just say loudly.
My question is, what about the 1,000 square feet that was allotted by GMQS? I know maybe we could address that in the future, but if we don't know where it's gonna go now, I'm not sure where the board support would be. Is it gonna get tagged onto the 8,700 square foot house or the 57.5 house, or?
Well, since that is new today, and we have the opportunity for the applicant to develop a detailed application, my suggestion is that 1,000 square feet gets identified either in parcel 3, parcel 2, parcel 1.
Or somehow.
What?
As long as we
Somehow.
identify it somehow.
Yes. And that would be in the next application for consideration.
I can live with that.
Yes, Grafton, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm just, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, almost 6 feet away. I don't even know if this is all off the top of our head and we're shooting from the hip, which is fine. But can we take that 1,000 feet and put it into the barn? By the way, the barn, no matter what everybody else is saying, I can show anybody the plans that I'm making. We have box stalls there. We have four. We have 8 box stalls. It's not, and so it's not like we're doing a party barn. We're actually making it for horses.
That's not the issue.
And or other animals. But anyway, so can I take that 1,000 square feet instead of doing the CDU and put it into the main structure of the barn for the animals? And it's still only agricultural.
I don't think he needs to.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, but I actually think that that's a detail, we've gotten direction from the board, and if the board is comfortable with us allocating that 1,000 square feet the way you want to think about it, Grafton and Bobby, and the way you can put that in your next application, then we can look at that. You've been allocated 15,250 square feet. So, I think it's best to analyze that in your next application.
So we've heard the suggestion from Leslie on how to deal with that topic moving forward and to limit the entire application to having one CDU at any time, at any one time. I think there's still an outstanding question about whether to cap the future size of the house on parcel 1 that our board needs to deal with. George, go ahead.
Yeah, I like your suggestion, Kelly. Rather than put a number on it, just use what will be at that time allowable by right.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
Can I clarify?
Yes, Patty, go
and
ahead.
that would be allowable by right per the county code, or per, well, we hopefully would codify what the whatever caucus we're in, Woody Creek caucus would adopt, if they ever adopt something down there. But whichever is the lesser of square
Right.
footages.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But Bobby's waving his hand there.
Okay, let me check.
We have 3 things. It sounds like we have 3 things, and we have one, we're just going to limit one CDU on the entire property, the 39 acres, and they can put that in whatever parcel they'd like. We're going to limit any new redevelopment on parcel 1 to whatever is either maximum by the Woody Creek Caucus or by right at the current code. And we're going to prohibit any crop or product that contains any THC.
Yeah, that's just fine with me. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
3 of those 6.
You hear?
Yes.
Okay, let me check in with Steve and Greg, please. Steve, go ahead.
The part about the parcel 1 being allowed to redevelop with whatever is currently allowed, they could come in right now and build a 15,000 square foot house or buy that.
No.
Which I wouldn't agree with that. I would rather
Per Woody Creek
limit it
TDR.
to 5750 or some, you know, a reasonable square footage that would be allowable. Maybe it's a little bigger than what they have now, but I think that I'd rather have that than have this unknown that could be a 15,000 square foot house.
So I think Leslie wants to comment on that.
So currently today with the code, they could tear down what they have and they would get to replace square footage per square footage.
With the setback.
And, well, barring this approval, they could tear down and replace, meet the setback, but they get that square footage that they have today. To build beyond what they have today, they're into either seeking a GMQS square footage allotment or purchase a TDR.
And the TDR would have to come from within Woody Creek to be used in Woody Creek.
Yes.
So Kelly, can I?
I do want to
Suzanne?
just hear, check in with the other board members. Suzanne, did you want to comment on that topic?
Yeah, the comment Patty just made, I guess, about the TDR would have to come from Woody Creek, that is not a code requirement today.
I thought it was in their master plan.
Thank you. So Steve, did you have any additional comment or question? No? Greg, go ahead, please.
I appreciate what Steve was trying to do, to eliminate uncertainty, and I like that. I'd love to know if Bobby would be willing to limit parcel one as I think he's already said that he seemed okay with it. We're eliminating that CDU. I think we're getting there. I don't like having an unlimited opportunity to build a big house from whoever Bob sells it to. So I'd certainly like to limit that to a smaller house size, and it sounds like he's amenable to that. But I'm happy to give him the floor.
Sure, yeah, you're fine, Bob. Yeah, no, we're fine.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, I guess the way I see it is, to kind of go, the no THC is fine. The taking off their caretaker dwelling off of the barn is fine. I'd like to be able to put that square footage into truly the agricultural barn, but I don't know if I'm allowed to or not. And then I'd like to be able to limit what I have on lot 1, and I don't know if anybody ever wants to come down there, to what I have now. And the reason isn't because I'm trying to be greedy and everything else. It's just my caretaker dwelling is sitting on top of like 1,100 square feet, so I'd have to lose my. If I did it that way, I'd lose the caretaker dwelling.
Just a second.
I'm sorry.
A second, I want to talk to Bob for a second.
I also think we just have to decide as a board.
Right.
Yeah.
We've lost Steve. Oh wait, I just don't see Steve's video. Yes, George.
I go back to my original proposal then for redevelopment. I would say maximum 4,000 square feet, and to Patty's comment, I would compromise and say and it would allow a 750 square foot 2-car garage. So in essence, you'd be at 4,750. But I don't think we should. I don't want to go to allow the existing square footage, because then you could have potentially another large home, 7,000 square foot home, which is, frankly, it's huge.
Limited, okay. So we need to figure out this point, or someone making a motion. Greg, go ahead.
I'm not going to construct the motion here, but I would say that I'm agreeing with George on what his intent matches mine. And I'm happy to hear can reiterate that for the motion.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Patty has a question
George,
here.
I have a question, George. So if the applicant was still allowed to keep the CDU on parcel 1, would that be allowed then with his, if it turns out to use his GMQS allotment for the 1,000 square feet to keep that CDU, would that be above then and beyond the 47.5?
Well, what I'm hearing Leslie say, we could address where that 1,000 square feet goes. What Bob is saying is he'd like to put it in a barn, but we don't have to really address that at this point. There's 1,000 square feet that has to go somewhere, right? I understand, Patty.
Okay.
Do we have to make a decision now? I don't think so. Do we, Leslie?
But you're limiting the amount of development on parcel 1 to 4,750 for a garage. So my question is, wonder if Bob decides to keep the CDU on parcel 1, if it's redeveloped, does then he get that 1,000 square feet on top of the 4,750? I think that would be appropriate.
I do too.
57.
He gets 1,000 square feet for a CDU. He can put that wherever he wants.
Including on
If he wants
parcel
to put it
1.
Okay.
Then you need to add 1,000 square feet there for the CDU.
Okay.
Thank you, George.
All right, Patty.
Got it.
Got it? You're good on that?
I'm good on
Okay. I think that's a good proposal. It looks like Grafton wants to make a comment. Go ahead, and then I'm going to pull this to a vote.
Why don't we just do that? The same. Are we on?
Yes.
Yeah.
You hear me? I'm sorry. I guess from what George is saying, it's not unreasonable for us to be able to do that. And if I keep 1,000 square feet there, then we're just at the 5750 for redevelopment someplace down the line, which is what you offer anyway. I mean, I'm allowed to have 15,000, but so one CDU, and if I decide to take this one off, which I probably am not going to do that because it doesn't make any sense, then I lose my storage area underneath it. So one CDU, so it won't be at the barn, and no THC. Where else are we? Anything else?
5750.
And then max it out at 5750, unless the county has made it bigger and better, so you can do it something bigger and better, and the office that changes.
I don't think it's gonna go that way.
Yeah. So I'm going to reiterate what I've heard, okay, and where I think we're going. So overall, we're supporting the planned unit development. However, at any one time on the PUD, there can only be one CDU.
Correct.
That CDU equals 1,000 square feet that's provided through the GMQS allotment. Okay? So if parcel 1 is redeveloped, the maximum house size of that redevelopment is 4,000 square feet plus a 750 square foot garage. It can also then be a landing site for that 1,000 square foot CDU, or the CDU can be moved to a different parcel, or the common area barn.
Correct. Good job.
Okay, so that's what I'm hearing from everyone. And we're limiting any agriculture to prohibit agricultural products involving THC, or agricultural crops that produce THC.
One other thing.
George.
I'll make that motion.
John Ely wants to weigh in.
On the question of the THC, what exactly is the intent of the board? To eliminate any type of marijuana cultivation, which is like industrial hemp, as well as marijuana that's used for recreational and medical purposes? Is that where we are?
Yeah.
Maybe it would probably be better to state that we would simply prohibit the cultivation of any species of plant of the cannabis genus, and that covers everything. The THC levels go up and down and sideways with the industrial hemp, and you can have strains that have almost a negligible amount of THC, but you're still growing that particular plant. So
How does he know all that?
I would add that to the motion, that wording.
Okay.
But
So that's a friendly amendment. George, yes?
But I did say I did not want to eliminate the ability to grow hemp for the hemp that doesn't have any THC because it's a great crop, it's drought resistant, and it's used for so many other purposes. But I'm willing to go along with you, George, just to get this moved forward and to move this on.
Is that a second?
And that's a second, George, to your motion.
Okay, further discussion.
Yeah,
Greg, go ahead,
Which
please.
motion are we doing this for?
You gotta do both.
No, just turning off my mute.
We have to do them separately.
So let's, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I can accept that. I think that's a good compromise we've come to.
Okay, so now we just have to clarify if that was a motion for the ordinance or the resolution.
I think we have to do the resolution first and then rezone, or do we have to rezone first, John Ely, and then that's the ordinance?
John Ely, I'll look to you. Based on all the conditions we've presented, which should those apply to?
Typically, you do the rezoning ordinance first, and then you approve the development with the resolution. But, you know, in reality, the action, you know.
Okay, so let's be clear on this one. So George, can I ask you to clarify your motion as related to the ordinance, please?
Oh, give me a break, Kelly.
Okay, so we have a motion for the ordinance and a second. No further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Can I entertain a motion regarding the resolution, please?
I will make a motion to approve the resolution outlined as per the motion we did for the ordinance, with all those
I'll second.
included issues.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
Good job, Kelly.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Grafton and Bob. Everyone stay safe and well. Board, we're not quite done yet. We do have one more land use item, item number 12, a resolution approving the Celestial Land Company reinstatement of vested rights. Suzanne. Hi. Suzanne
Hi.
Wolf, thanks for joining us.
Basically, no action on this. I mean, John can probably help more than I can, but there was an injunction granted last week by a judge, so the application is stayed. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, so is there any need, we don't have to continue this to a future date?
No continuance.
That was very nice to end the day with.
Okay. And I do notice Rich is on the phone, so I just want to check in and see if there's any open discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. The only thing we have is on the change of an agenda for the recommended to shorten the executive session from 10 to 11:30, lunch from 11:30 to 12, and then the joint public meeting would be from 12 to 1:30, and it's due to the North Star discussion. And this should leave a full 2 hours for John to be able to do his COVID budgeting for y'all to discuss. So I just wanted to let you know that was the changes that we received later today.
Patty has a question.
No, I want to add, because you brought up COVID, I just want everyone to know, so the public and the rest of the board, Greg and I already were informed, the Board of Health meeting is canceled for tomorrow, not the community COVID presentation, but the Board of Health meeting. And my concern, and I think Greg shared it, was that what happened to our public health mandate, but that has already been approved and is in the works. It was done from the last week's Board of Health meeting, and it was put into action by our public health director. So there is no need for a Board of Health meeting tomorrow as far as public health mandate updates.
Greg, go ahead.
Great. Just to add on to what Patty said, I think there was a little bit of confusion there regarding Board of Health. It was requested that we hold a regular Board of Health meeting weekly during the crisis. And part of that was also so the Board of Health members themselves could bring up topics and we could review things. Maybe the meeting would only be 15 minutes long, but we'd have it. So I was certainly concerned to hear that it had been canceled, and I wasn't certain that Board of Health members had any say in that. So I think we still have a concern there. And I'm hoping that, and I know it takes a lot of preparation. If staff is going to present, if John's going to present, and Karen are going to present at a Board of Health meeting, they have to take a lot of time and staff time to do that. But there's also merit, I think, in the Board of Health being able to meet and discuss, perhaps not even with John or Karen present. And maybe that's scary, but there could be other Board of Health or public health people along, at the meeting. But really, I think that the point of the whole thing was that we have a regular weekly meeting so people know, even if it's a short one, in case something needs to come up. And I think that that's an important thing to consider. And I think the Board of Health should be making the decisions on to have a Board of Health meeting. And I'm not certain. I know the public health director can call a meeting, but can she cancel one without consulting the chair or the vice chair for that matter? So that's a question I had. Another thing that would come up tomorrow in the Board of Health meeting is that one of our Board of Health members, Christina King, has moved from Aspen to Basalt. I think she's just outside of Pitkin County in a part of Basalt. And so I think that it means we're going to have a seat open on the Board of Health. But I wasn't certain if she can still represent, as she does so well, the mental health community. She's been a good voice on our Board of Health, and I don't know if she wants to resign, but she may be forced to. And I wasn't certain what the rules were, and I wanted to discuss that as well. Maybe John Ely could clarify.
The rule, Greg, is that once somebody changes their residence outside of the county, they can no longer serve on the Board of Health.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Okay. Regarding meetings, John, and while I've got you, if the Board of Health, the chair, the vice chair, or a member of the Board of Health thinks we should have a meeting, can we call a meeting without the public health director or the county manager involved?
Yes.
We can. Okay. Well, it's good to know that, and thank you. I appreciate it.
And I was not involved in the cancellation of the Board of Health meeting, but my understanding is that the public health director conferred with the chair of the Board of Health and the decision was made.
I think they probably did. They didn't confer with the co-chair, but I'll get over it.
So,
and Patty, go ahead.
Greg, I'm going to suggest that and Rich, would you pass this on for us? We put that discussion on our next Board of Health meeting next week from tomorrow, so we can discuss with the Board of Health how the Board of Health wants to call or cancel whatever meetings and get a direction from the board as a whole.
I think that's a great idea, and I think that would get us back to what the point of the weekly meetings was to begin with. And I misidentified myself, not a co-chair, I'm a vice chair, so maybe that's just second fiddle, so they didn't really have to consult me. Thank you.
Okay, and then I just have a question for Rich. Rich, do you know, did we get any further clarification about how outfitters are being treated in our health variants? I know that we reached out to CDPHE for that.
I do not know that, Kelly. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll email John and find out if we heard anything today. Is there any other board open discussion?
I have one other real quick. One other real quick. I think we all got a letter from Sally Clark, who's now the USDA regional. She's the director out of Denver. That the Lazy Glen Homeowners Association was provided with a $2.4 million grant for their wastewater system. I think that's huge. I sent Sally back a little personal note thanking her and hoping that she's staying well and how much we appreciate that effort. And I know that Lazy Glen will be ecstatic. So that was a huge, good, positive news we got today.
Yes, George, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Patty, let's see, the grant was, I had it somewhere, the grant was like 1 point something million, and it was a $750,000 loan that the Lazy Glen homeowners had to assume. But I think it was still great, and it's something, John Ely, that we could perhaps look at when we're looking at having to replace or create a whole new waste septic system for Phillips.
Yeah, great opportunity.
Okay, Greg, go ahead.
One other bit of good news. I'm not sure if anyone saw this, but a local angler who happens to be extremely talented caught what is possibly the state record trout in Rudai Reservoir last week. Ken Crable caught this thing that I would call the whale trout.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be 37 pounds or something like
You're
that.
kidding
It
me.
is
It's
huge,
humongous.
maybe 3.5, 4 feet long, massive trout. And that
It's
trout,
like, I mean,
he
it is
pointed
like
out,
this big.
exists because we have got a strong aquatic nuisance species mitigation program going at Rudai. It's a testament to the success of our keeping the aquatic nuisance species out of Rudai, because that trout lives on the same thing the mussels do.
That's bigger than our kids.
Be warned, if you're swimming in Rudai, there are monsters lurking in the depths. Don't let your small children swim alone.
I'll remember that.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, I'll second that.
All right, and I'll make sure that my husband doesn't want to feed my children to one of those fish when I get home.
To feed your children to the fish or feed the fish to your children?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. And Grassroots, thank you very much.
Aye.
Yes, thanks everyone. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you,
Thank
Andrew,
you.
for
Andrew, thank
staying
you.
late and helping us.
All right, are we off?